How's it going, guys? Who is in today? How's it going? Who have we got in today? Thanks for joining on Tuesday evening. Thank you for joining. What is everybody on and what is everybody doing? So there's not many in at the moment, so we'll wait a few minutes. Who's watching at the moment? Would you like to comment? Lee, hi. Thanks for joining, mate. So it looks like at the moment, Lee, you're the only one that's here. So I'll wait a couple of minutes, see if anybody jumps on. Maybe they're just waiting for the intro to get gone. But what you what you vaping on tonight, Lee? Are you all right tonight? Leander, thank you for joining. Hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Oh, Steam Crave. Is that the new one, the V4? Have you got it in tank or RDA mode? RDA.s, not my really cup of tea of vaping, but yeah, wasn't a RDA.s or a Heisenberg fan. Oh, that's good. That's good. Because I'm sure I've butchered your name many a times before, Leander. Nice, nice. Is the V4 nice? Because I've already got the original limited edition one. It's one of those things, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But I do actually want to get one. Anyway, I'm still vaping on last week's stream stuff. So the Hellgates mod, V2 mod, and the 9 Heavens, 13 Hells RDA, similar to the Twisted Messes RDA. So that's what I've got that. In that, I've got the Dubai chocolate. So let me take that off and put that on. So Dubai chocolate. This is an awesome juice, this Dubai chocolate. If you haven't already. And still rocking, like I say, last week's setup. This one's got the Steamcraft coils that I tried for the very first time. Still going strong, haven't re-wicked it. Flavour's still nice and crisp and tasty. And in that, I've got that G14 classified juice, which is custard based, but it is mixed with something else. Can't talk about it. I'm sure everybody knows by now the story behind that. So let's take that off and put that one back on there. I'm not surprised, Lee. I'm not that much of a mesh fan. I mean, I do own a Profile RDA and an RTA, but that's probably the only mesh thing that I currently own. Mesh isn't really my speed, as I like a nice, more warm, saturated vape from a rebuildable coil. So, what are you guys drinking on today? I'm not drinking on anything special, same as what I was drinking on last week. During Christmas, I bought a whole load of these and I've still got them, so that's what I'm drinking. Hopefully I won't be too much on my tits today. Coils last week. I know the back end of last week's stream I did ramble a bit. But let's go in for the pour. Let's see if I can do it decent this time and not get a big head on it. There we are. 8.4%. I'm gonna pair it with the Dubai chocolate. So cheers guys to everybody that's in, jumping out, and hashtag replay crew. Cheers guys. I will never get sick of that flavour. Never get sick of it. Anyway, let's do a pairing. Very tasty. So a bit different today. You might have noticed that the title is not a retro build and chill. Although one device is slightly, it's just stuff that I bought last year. Some which is new. We'll go over it. I'm sure you've seen it many times before. I'm gonna try and build 2 coils today. Build 2 coils for 2 different RDAs. I'm going to go for an Alien. I know what you're thinking, Alien. I did Alien last year. I'm going to be doing a 4-core Alien for the first build, and then I'm going to do an interlock Alien for the second one. So I've also got Nightbot all set up, so I'm sure he'll be doing his rounds in the chat, hopefully, if I've got it all set up right and everything. So yeah, so I'll show you what I'm going to build tonight. It's no secret. So I'm going to go with the Tauren Vortex 30, which is something I bought last year. Decent RDA, I like it. It's good flavour, 30mm. Then I'm going to put that on top of the Sidekick as well. I got this back end of last year, just before I stopped streaming. So I've got the Sidekick. We'll take a look at the Recoil 3. Now I have had this couple of weeks now, but it's one of my favourites that I purchased, something new. And something that's not so new, but I still bought last year, and I have used on live stream before. It's just the Heavy Hitter Met Mod, and I'll be putting the Recoil on top of that one. So I will be moving stuff about, my camera and everything. So until I get a better setup, which is what I'm working on, I'm going to be moving the camera, and the watermark just there, just ignore it. That's one of the things I'm trying to sort out, if money allows me to. So let's get you in there. Turn my seat around so I'm not shuffling about like an idiot. Hope all of you can hear me clearly. Can you hear me clearly? Can everybody hear me clearly? That's good, hopefully. Alright, let's do some adjustment here to the camera. Nice wide view of me just there. And just move that across just slightly. I want it about there. There we are. So, Tauren. I'm sure you've seen it. I'll go over it briefly. So I'll pivot you down, and then we'll get on to the coil build. So like I say, Tauren, it's 30mm in height, 30mm in diameter. Where's my drip tip gone for that? So there should be a drip tip on it, but I normally use one of my custom drip tips. But this is the drip tip that come with the RDA. So there we are, the Tauren Vortex 30mm. That's the drip tip that comes with it, but I don't normally use that drip tip on there. 30 mils underneath, protruding 510 pin. Okay, which is always good on these more modern RDAs for hybrid safety. So the deck, like I say, you've probably already seen the deck, but I'll show you it. So there's the deck, nice and big, nice and deep juice holes, juice wells there for the cotton to sit in, nice and big. So like I say, I am doing an alien. I know, alien boring, I did that last week, but I'm doing a 4-core alien for this particular one. Okay, so that's nice and big. Also comes with normal extras, extra screws, extra O-rings, squonk pin. I won't be using the squonk pin. I'll be just leaving it in dripping mode. A couple of O-rings just there, like that, and then the inside like that. So that's your airflow ring that does come out. There we are, that does come out. I just need to push it out, the airflow reducer in there. So there we are. So there we are. So that's your airflow in there. So that sits on the top. So that'll be above your coils. That's what corresponds with what's inside there, with that little notch just there. This side, just there, corresponds with that for adjusting your airflow. So nice and simple. Just going to pop that airflow back in there. Now putting it in can be a hassle, but for some reason, I don't really find much of an issue putting it back in. But yeah, touring, that's what it is. Just there. Right, so like I said, I'm going to be doing a triple fuse Clapton for the, not a triple, a quad core fuse Clapton for this. So hopefully the math that I talk about, Andy Crew, thanks for joining, mate. The math that I tell you behind aliens, whether you're adding a wire, decreasing a wire, will also come into play and hopefully help out as well. So for the touring, I'm going to be doing 4-core alien NI80. I'm going to be using 26 gauge and 36 26 and 36 gauge Nichrome 80. So like I say, it's not a normal 3-core alien, it's a 4-core alien. So with this particular one, you will be doing your D-core off a completely different size wire. You won't be taking it off the same size wire as the 26. Now, binoculars, because I'm blind. Normal tools that you would need, building tools, pliers, cutters, tweezers, scissors, a coil winding jig, you know, stuff like that is what you're going to need. So let me just grab a few things, some pliers, some wire cutters, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to pull some wire off and make about 4 strands. 4, not 3, 4. And then I'll be getting a completely different size wire for doing my D-core, because with the extra wire I need my D-core to be wrapped around a slightly thicker wire, which will come into play very, very soon. And I hope that hasn't confused you in any way, but like I say, it's a 4-core alien, not a 3-core. 3-core, do your D-core off the same size wire. If you are adding a wire or increasing a wire in the build, obviously do your D-core off a different one. So let me just get 4 strips of wire, which is going to be about 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters, 12 inches, I think, to be correct. So NI80 is a soft wire, so I won't be doing anything particularly special. I'm just going to be grabbing, pulling some out and giving it a pull. So it'll give slightly, and then what will happen is that will happen. You'll get a nice straight piece of wire. So at the bottom just here, so you can just see here what I'm doing. I've got measurements on my desk, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to be doing a nice even 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters, 12 inches. So I need 4 of these. So again, just grab it, pull some out, extend it, give it a little pull till it gives a bit, and then you'll end up with a straight piece like that. You can put it in a chuck of a drill and do it and spin it if you want, but like I say, NIAT is a thin wire, or a soft wire. It's not it is thin, but it's a soft wire, so it's easy to just stretch by hand. Now what I'm going to be doing my decor off isn't NIAT, it's Kenthal, so that I'll probably will be straightening in a drill. So this is number 3. Doesn't matter if you've got slightly over is extra. I like to make sure I've got extra wire, ideally for the chuck and the swivel, just so twisting the wire and holding in the chuck, I've got extra just to cut off and play around with. So again, another piece, quickly get that off, and then we'll get all the things set up, drill, swivel, and stuff like that. So that's my 4th piece. So they're my 4 cores. They're ready, waiting. Ready and waiting. Bit of a dry mouth there. So thanks for everybody that's joined. I'm hoping, you know, you've liked and commented so far. I'm hoping, well, I'm assuming within this time, Nightbot should be joining the chat. But so what I'm going to do my decor off is 24 gauge. So the math behind it is, if you're adding a wire, you want to go down 2 gauges in size for every wire you add to do your decor off. So because I'm using 4 wires, I need to do my decor for a slightly bigger wire, which is 2 gauges for the 1 extra wire, 2 gauges down, which is 24 gauge. If I was to be doing a 5-core alien, I'd do my decor off a piece of 22 gauge. And same, if you're taking away a wire, you got to go up 2 gauges. So if I was doing a 2-core alien, 26 gauge, I'd do my decor off a piece of 28 gauge. So I want slightly longer piece than what I've got now. So I do want about, I'd say about 40 centimeters. Now this is going to spiral on me because it's not straight. I'm not going to pull it as it's slightly thicker wire, Kenthal. So I will be doing with that drill and showing you how to do it the drill way. So let's just check the chat. Right, let's get my drill set up. So I'm just using my normal Daedalus Pro drill. You can use just normal cordless drill. I'm just using this because this is what I used to use back in the day, but went back to the old way because it took the fun out of vaping. I've got this flat core holder here, which holds my wires all nice and straight like that. And this was off the Handicol factory in France. Not really expensive and does help out a lot, also with what I've been doing. Little table that I just use on my desk. It's just so I've got more or less an eye level view from where I'm sitting and not down here doing it like that. I like to have it near my face. That's what she said. So I'm going to clamp this down just with a clamp. Basically, I'll show you what I'm doing. So one of these, I got this from Lidl. You can get some from, no, I got it from, no, I got this from Screwfix. But Lidl do them 2 for about £6. I think it cost me £5. It's just to clamp this down and keep it steady so it doesn't move about, and obviously with tension on it as well. So I'm just going to line this up, make sure this is all where I want it to be, like so. Make sure I'm nice and level and go down, and then just clamp it down. And all this does is keeps it nice and sturdy for when I'm doing the build. So what I'll quickly do is I'll quickly straighten this 24 gauge wire. So this is what it looks like. I didn't stretch it by hand because I don't have the strength to do it. So I'm going to do it with the chuck of the drill. Now this is a flat core. It's got a divot in the center so you can center stuff. Do check out all my other reviews where I talk more about it. So I'm just going to clamp that in the center like that, lock that in. Doesn't matter which direction I am spinning in. So you can more or less see what I'm doing. All I'm going to do with this is I'm going to grab it with the end with my pliers. Not very tight. Just a bit of tension on it, nice and level. Not much of a bending because it will show inconsistencies. So let me do that. So all I'm going to do is spin it. Like that. So after I've spinned it, like you see, it's got a nice straight wire. There, like that. So like you see, nice and straight, piece of Kenthal, 24 gauge because I'm adding a wire, a 4-core alien. So I'm doing my D-core off a slightly bigger wire, which is 24 gauge because I'm adding a wire. Every wire you add, go down 2 gauges to do your D-core off. If you're taking away a wire, go up 2 gauges for every wire. So that's in like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to release this because I want to put an L shape in it just for mounting the wire. It's one of the reasons why I like extra wire for this. You know, little bits like this, the chuck and everything. So I'm just going to pop that in there, all center. So I will get you in close when I need you to be, but basically that's what I want there, just a little thingy out there for me to mount my wire on. Just makes it easier. Same thing on this side. I'm just going to put a little L shape in just for mounting on the swivels. So same sort of L just there. So I'm just going to be careful with that. Bring my swivel over. So this swivel that I've got is just a simple bench clamp that I've got thingy to my bench, a piece of wood, a hook and some swivels. Now if you're doing this yourself, you need to get ball bearing swivels. Don't use anything less. You can get them online or a fishing tackle shop. Use the ball bearing swivels because they are much stronger and everything for building as well. I use 2 just in case one fails, another one keeps turning. But basically that is ball bearing swivels. Don't use anything less than a ball bearing swivel. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to mount my wire. So that little L that I've put in there, I'm just going to put through my hook of my swivel just there, and then I'm going to bend this over, and then the extra bit that I've got on there, I'm just going to lock that in like so, just like that. Then I'm going to put some tension on it. You want a little bit of tension, not much tension. Obviously not that is too loose. That is too loose. So that's about right. You want it to move a bit, but you also want your swivels to move as well. Okay. Just want your swivels to move as well. So that's all set. So you've got your wire ready for your decore, or to make your decore, which is basically just a Clapton. So the way you do your decore, you've got to wrap it opposite way to where you're comfortable wrapping a coil. So it's basically doing a Clapton at this point here. So basically just a Clapton. So I like to wrap it over the top. I'm just more comfortable with the wire wrapping over the top. Okay, so I'll be doing my decore with the wraps going from underneath. So the drill's in the opposite way than I would have it normally if I were just doing a normal coil. Okay, so if you're comfortable wrapping from underneath, do your decore from over the top. That's the best thing I can do. You need to do it opposite way from your final alien wrap when you do it. So I like to do it over the top final wraps. I'm doing my decore here from underneath. So I'm going to, you need a slightly bigger piece of wire because you need slightly more decore for when you're doing an alien, hence me doing over 30 centimeters for this part, for extra for the choke, and then obviously swivel and everything else as well. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mount my 36 gauge into here and basically do a Clapton all the way down here, keeping a 90-degree angle, not holding the spool too tight because you want that decore to slide off this piece here. So you don't want it tight like a normal Clapton, you want it to be able to move and slide off. So hope if you're hashtag replay crew, put comments in. I will reply to them if you have any questions. Now, for some reason, and I don't know why, but I should have had a ping by now from Nightbot. So let me just do this where I'll get it to join. See if that works. Sorry guys, I'm just making sure. So join. So anyway, sorry guys, I'm going off things. I think it's because there's not that many people in here at the moment. So that's why stuff's not activating as well. So, well, it should have activated really, to be fair, but I don't know why. So I'm hoping this command will bring it into play. Right, let's get on with the Clapton. So I'm going to feed my wire, so my wire is coming from underneath, and then do a Clapton. So, like I say, I'm just using this it's easier to feed my wire on. So I'm just going to loop it around that little thing just there. And then, like I say, 90-degree angle, you just want to keep it at 90 degrees, not holding your spool too tight. You don't want to be holding your spool too tight. You just want it light, so for that decore to easily move off the core wire. So I'll just get you in here so you can see what I'm doing here. So that's that. Right, let's let it rip. Make sure your drill is in the opposite way and then just get going. And the good thing about this thing here is I can go all the way to the end and slam the wire. So let's get going. So basically that's all I'm doing. Now it's wobbling a lot because I haven't got much of a tautness on it. So I need to just pull my core wire just a bit tighter so it doesn't wobble as much. So this is the part of the build. If you make a mistake and go back on yourself, you can undo it and correct it. Once you've done the alien part, then you cannot correct it. This is the only time you can correct it. And then just get going again. Now, I know you can't see this properly, but you get the gist of what I'm doing. I'm just basically making a Clapton, not holding my spool too tight, just so it makes it easier for the core wire to slide. Now, if you do get any imperfections in it, it's not major because obviously you're going to stretch it. You will end up stretching it. Let me just take this autofocus off. Hope you can hear me and my mic is doing its job where it's drowning out the drill. So let's get going again. So like I say, 90-degree angle, not holding my spool too tight, just so that the decal slides off this wire. So basically this is just basically the Clapton part of the alien. So like I say, because I'm doing a 4-core alien, not a 3-core alien, my core wire that I'm doing this on is 2 gauges bigger. So I'm doing my decal off the 24 gauge wire. So I do have my other computer on just with Nightbot on there, but for some reason, it is not activating on my live stream, which it should do. So nothing special here, like I say. Thanks for the 2 people that are still in here, appreciate you. And I want to be going all the way to the end of this wire because it will recoil back a bit, obviously because you're not holding it that tight and it'll have a springiness to it, which is what you want. So this is just how fast my drill's going. A cordless drill might go quicker to what this is going now. But this is what I'm working with. You know, it's what I've got, so I don't need to buy anything. As long as you've got something that spins backwards and forwards, like I say, any cordless drill will work in this situation. And a corded drill would work as well, as long as it goes forward and backwards. As long as it goes forward and backwards, you can basically use any drill. So who's still in? Who's still in? There's 2 people still in here. Can you comment just in case of that? What Nightbot needs to get going? Because I think it's after a certain amount of time, but so many comments. So, like I say, I've either got it set up wrong or it's just not working the way I want it to work. So, Lee, you're still here. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going all the way to the end of this wire. So what I'll do is I'll just move you where you can see what I'm doing here. Like that. So, like I say, I'm going all the way to the end of this wire. Because like I say, it will spiral back. So whoever's in, I know there's 4 people in, can you comment please? I'm trying to activate Nightbot that isn't working so far. So let me just do that so you can see what I'm doing. So roughly you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to leave it a big a tail on this. So as you can see there, it has recoiled back. I'll get you a better look at it in a second. Oasis, not Oasis. Why do I keep saying Oasis? Aussie Cook, I appreciate you, mate. Thanks for joining. So let me just put that there like that. So as you can see there, it has recoiled back. That's why I went all the way to the end of this wire, because you will lose about 1 centimetre of it. Just there like that. So Aussie Cook, I'm doing a 4-core alien this week, and I know it might sound a bit boring because I did an alien last week, but I'm doing more than one build tonight. This is a 4-core alien, so slightly different as well. The way you do your D-core of a different size wire, but basically that's it. That's your D-core. Now you would do it exactly the same as you would do normally. Just do your D-core, cut it, and then D-core it off here. There we are. Nightbot. It's about bloody time and all. So like that. So all I'm going to do is on this side, I'm going to chop this tail, leaving a tail on it. Now, hopefully now this should move, which it does. So if I bring you in here, like that. So can you see how that D-core moves nice and freely? So that's how you want it. You want it to be able to move freely. So I'm going to snip this end so you can see me. There we are. Just going to snip it right at the end there. Just going to release this a bit and move it over. So same again, you want to take this D-core off your wire like so. Be very careful not to snag it, and just leave it to one side for now until you get your stretch going. So there we are. Thank you, Aussie Cup. I appreciate you taking your time just to come in and say hello. I appreciate it. So there we go. So I won't waste this wire. This wire will get used. So let's get it mounted and we'll go from there. So like I say, 4-core alien. So I've got 4 pieces of wire here at this point. So I want to make sure that they're all level, more or less. And same on this side. So this side is slightly the straighter side. So I'm going to pop these so they're all level and next to each other, like so. Like that. You want them all next to each other like that. I'm going to mount it into my chuck. Now, because I've got 4 wires, obviously I've got that divot there. So I'm going to try and position it so it's as center as possible, because obviously I don't have a center wire. So there should be just perfect. So I don't need any thingy sticking out to mount the wires or anything like that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to run my fingers down here. So as you can see, one of the wires here has come out and bent as well, which is not what I wanted it to do. So these are the few things you can run into. So let's try again. So I'm going to put the bendy end on the opposite side, and then hopefully we can sort that out with the stretch and mounting it. So again, I'm going to pop the wire into the chuck. What I'm going to do is, because of that center divot, I'm just going to separate two wires. So technically the center divot will be out of the way. So I do want that a bit closer. So this does have teeth on in there to bite down. That isn't the problem, it's just the way I have mounted the wires. Like that. So getting the wires mounted nice and securely. So I want to make sure that I crank this all the way down, like so. And all the wires are in there. So same again, I'm going to run my fingers all the way down. Don't forget I've got that slightly bent wire, which isn't a problem. I'm just going to take this end off like that. That's why I like the extra for cutting and anything, any extras that I might need. So on here I'm going to be using a couple of key rings and a guide. Now this is a guide that I got with the Daedalus Pro kit, but you can get guides online. But if you can't, use a key ring, paper clip, hair snap clip, you know, stuff like that. Pieces of Lego, you can use that. The only reason why I've got this guide is just an extra precaution for me. So again, I want to make sure all the wires are parallel and next to each other like that. And then I'm going to thread that through my guide. Or I'm going to try and thread it through my guide. Because I've bent that wire, it's making it slightly difficult. And now I've dropped my guide, which is there. So again, I'm just going to try and thread these through again to the guide. So I'm just going to wriggle that on there like that. So I'm going to push that all the way to the end there. Then run my fingers down again just to make everything straight and parallel. And then I'm going to, again, I'm going to put in a bend. Like so, just to mount into my swivel, making sure they're all next to each other so they sit nice. So again, mount them in here like that, or try to. So get them all through at the same time, making sure that they're all next to each other. And then again, bend those wires round and lock that in. There we are, like that. So you can see there's a little ripple just there. That shouldn't make too much of a difference. There, like that. So again, I'm going to get my clamp down. So I want it like that. I don't want it too tight. I don't want it too loose. So my first keyring I'm going to put around my guide. So just thread that round your wire like so. So this is just an extra precaution. You can just use the keyring. You can just use that if you want. That shouldn't be a problem. I'm using the guide as an extra precaution. So again, just going to run my fingers down. There we are, just to mount this one on. And what this will do is just keep these nice and straight on this end, or as straight as it can be on this end, and flat and next to each other as much as possible. So that's how I've got it mounted, like that. Have a drink. And so I'm hoping it's not boring for anybody at the moment. As always, if you've got any questions after the live, don't hesitate to ask, and I'll help you. It's just an insight of what coil builders have to use, and I'm using Steamcraft coils in this one, first time using it. If you want to see me build this, check my last stream I did last week, if you haven't already. Very tasty. So let's get to the stretching part. Now, to stretch your decore, it's one of those things where I can't tell you how to do it. I do it by feel, and it's one of those things you're going to have to play around with. So it's something you're going to have to do a couple of times, and a couple of times you are going to get it wrong, where you overstretch it. Try not to overstretch it. If you understretch it, obviously you can have a pinch on it. If you overstretch it and stretch it too much, then it's game over. You have to do a brand new decore, I'm afraid. So you're going to have to work with it. Try with higher gauge wires. That's how I did to get the feel of it, to practice. But what you're wanting like a corkscrew. When you stretch it, because there's the stretch method, which is what I do, and then the non-stretch, which I can't do for some reason. So I stretch it. So I pre-stretch it. It's got to look like sort of like a corkscrew. But like I say, if you overstretch it, game over, you're going to have to do another decore. So slightly understretch it so you can have a pinch. Or if you're lucky and stretched it perfectly, then it'll be easier to apply when it gets to it. So your decore, be very careful with it. I've got two legs on it, on each side there for pulling. So what I'm going to do is, just for mounting purposes, I'm just going to pull the end like that. Just pull a bit of the wire like that. Right, come on. So I'm going to pull it a bit like that just for mounting. So I'm just using these cheap clamps here just to clamp it to this piece of wood. So I want it in there nice and good and tight like that. So if you're just doing a normal alien, this should be tight enough for you to stretch it. But I'll show you what I'm doing while I'm doing it. But like I say, this part, it's something you're going to have to play with. There's many times I've stretched it and overstretched it and had to do it again or messed it up in my other streams. So check it. It can even go wrong for me that build coils. And if you want to see me build this device and the other one that I was using, this one, you can catch it on the previous stream last week. Right, let's get it stretched. So I want to make plenty of room Now, if you've got a floor that is smooth, that's good. I don't. I have a carpet, so I have to be extra careful. So I'll probably end up having to go outside the door with it. So I'm going to open my door like that. So the way I do it by feel and also looking. So I look at it, and when I get to that sort of like corkscrew look, that's when I stop, or nearer to that as possible, and then stop. So I tend to understretch it or get it completely perfect, or every now and then it's just game over. So I'm just using some curved pliers, teethless ones. Teeth ones are fine. They're probably slightly a bit better because you'll get a bit more of a grip. But I'm just going to grab this other tail just here on this side. I'm going to get it in my pliers and hold extremely tight. Now, if you in mid stretch, it comes out of here and it all spirals. Don't panic. If you can untangle it very carefully and then stretch it a bit more, it'll take that curl out of it. So I'm going to pull. So as you can see, I am out the door. Go lay down. In your bed. Oh, sorry, I'm talking to dogs. So about there is what I want. I'm hoping that hasn't overstretched it. Hi, I'm still here. Now I'm just going to rest it on my hand like this, and then I'm just going to let go of it with my pliers, and it'll spiral just slightly. Now I know this can look daunting because you've got this big long wire, but just be very careful that you don't snag it or do anything with it. And you need to have it out of the way, just so it doesn't tangle. So like I say, I know this looks scary, me doing it this way, but don't worry. So what I want to do is I just want to cut the tail off because I don't want it to interfere with my carpet like that. I'm going to make sure that it's all straight, which it is. It hasn't twirled or spiraled, and I'm just going to feed it under my chair without tangling it. Now the reason why I took that tail off is so it doesn't snag on the carpet and then have inconsistencies with the wrap. So let me get you just about here. So same with this side, I'm going to take this side off, take the excess off. Not that it's going to snag on anything or anything like that. I'm just going to take it off just to make it easier for mounting. So you want it looking a bit like that. Come on, stop wiggling. So you can see how that's just sort of like a corkscrew. That's how you want it. Understretched rather than overstretched. So I'm just going to mount it. So what I'll do is I will get you nice and close to where I am. So you can see me mount it, everything that I'm doing here. Let me lock in that focus. There we are. So that should be good. So all I'm going to do with this end is thread it in between one of these pieces of wire. And don't worry about the little end, it's not important. You just want to get it in between the wire. So as you can see, I've got that in between the wire like that. I'm just going to use my keyring and guide here just to push it all the way to the end, like that. So as you can see, I'm pushed all the way to the end. So now I am set for wrapping. Now, this part is the part where you will be establishing a pinch if you need one. If you need so I just hold it with my hands like this. Plain and simple, I hold it with my hands like this. Upright like that, holding it like that. Okay, so when you're doing an alien, if you need to increase your pinch, obviously press tighter. To decrease it, let loose a bit. Now, your first couple of wraps, you're establishing if you need a pinch or you need to pinch it so it stretches a bit until it gets up there. If you're lucky, you've thingied it, you stretched it perfect, and it will just feed around the wire just by sliding through your hands. So your first couple of wraps is just you establishing, getting that alien looking like an alien, getting your pinch right. Also, when you start wrapping, it's not like Clapton where you hold it at a 90-degree angle. When you're doing this alien part, you need to be slightly ahead of the game like that. So slightly tilting this bit of wire towards your swivel. So if you're right-handed, your chuck will be on the opposite side and your swivel will be here. So whichever way your swivel is, that's where you want to tilt this bit of wire here out to the front a bit. If you hold it 90-degree angles, you're just going to have to mess up. It's going to mess up. This part of the wrap also, as you're going, if you mess up, you can't reverse and correct it. If you mess up, you're just going to have to carry on and hope it doesn't affect anything when it comes out in your wraps. Okay, so I'm hoping that's not confusing to anybody that's watching. Does anybody have any questions before I proceed? I'll have a quick drink. So as you can see, a Nightbot comment has come through. So don't forget to read them. Don't forget to hit that. Don't forget to smash that like button. Obviously, it doesn't cost you anything, and it also helps to grow my channel as well. So does anybody have any questions or anything before I carry on? I'll just have a toot on this. So this one's got the Steamcraft coils in. Jeff, how we doing? Thanks for joining, mate. Today I'm doing a 4-core alien. Not a 3-core alien, a 4-core alien. Yeah, people that are in are all well. Hopefully that there's more people commenting and chatting. Hopefully Nightbot will also kick in as well. And it has kicked in nicely. Right, guys. So, like I say, now you're just establishing your... So, I don't know if you noticed, Jeff, but this is not a retro building channel, or sort of not of. So, it's just a few things that I bought last year that is new, or I could afford to buy. So, the Touring Vortex 30mm is what I'm building. This is why I'm doing a 4-core alien rather than a 3-core alien. So I'm doing it on the Touring 30mm, and I've got that in gold. So that's what I'm building it on, Jeff. Yeah. So every now and then, Jeff, I'll do not a retro build stream if I have anything new. But like I say, these are just a few things that I got last year. So I'm just showing them off because I use them. Right, guys, let's get on with the wrapping. So at this point, you want to be just holding. True Draft, it is a great RDA, great RDA. Hope you're keeping well as well, mate. So I'm just going to lightly hold this. I'm going to be, like I say, holding it just slightly ahead of the game or towards the swivel. The first couple of wraps, I'm just establishing my pinch and everything to get over these 4 wires. I will be doing a bit at a time, then moving this, sliding this over, doing a bit, sliding it over. It's just the way I find it easier for doing it on a live, just so that the middle wires in the center doesn't collapse. I know you haven't been well, Jaff, and everything, so I'm hoping you're feeling a bit better and everything's okay with family too. Right, stop jibber jabbering. Let's get on with it. Cheers, Jaff. Hope you've got a drink or whatever. And let's get started. Right, so if I miss your comment while we're going, I will read them back. But let's get going. You can see what I'm doing. That's good to hear, brother. Thank you. That's good to hear. So let's get this pinch established, whether I need a pinch. So first couple of wraps is just assembling if I need to pinch it or stretch it a bit more, but we'll have a look. So make sure that your drill is in the opposite direction to what your core was made. So I wrap my core from underneath. I want to be wrapping over the top on this side. So make sure that your drill is in the correct position as well. So there we are. So once you've established your pinch that you're doing, keep it there. Don't increase, decrease the pinch, whatever you do. Like I say, if you do mess up, you cannot reverse and go back. You need to carry on and just think it's a mistake, and hopefully whatever's not right ends up becoming a leg, which is what happens most of the time when I do it. So I'm going to get to the end of this here, not decreasing my pinch that I've got with my hand, moving this across a bit. So as I said last week, what I want to do is I want to slightly stretch it slightly just to get it over that bit, just to get going again. And then once you get going, you're good. Now there is going to be imperfections in it. I can see it already because I've changed my pinch. So as you can see just here, probably there's a slight gapping just there. And that's because I've changed my pinch, which I don't want to be doing. So get going again. So again, so as you can see, I have messed up there. So can't do anything about it. I just got to carry on and hope that it doesn't affect in the wrapping. Which it is a bit. This is not perfect. So as you can see, just there, I have messed up. So let's move you down a bit more so you can see what I'm doing. So I've understretched it. Now I've understretched this major is what I've done. So I'm having to obviously stretch it as I go, but I've got to keep that pinch as well. Now as you can see, I'm not getting my pinch completely perfect. So what I seem to be doing is I'm increasing it too much and then letting it go. Increasing it too much and letting it go. But that's why I'm getting imperfections in this, as you can see. But hopefully in the wrapping, it won't make too much. I mean, that one there might be able to flatten. But yeah. Like I say, these coils are for me and I'll be vaping them. So it's not much of a problem, should I say. I want to make sure that's feeding and not snagging on anything whatsoever. So I'll carry on. So again, I need to just pull slightly just to help get that going. So like I say, aliens can be tricky. That's the whole point. It takes practice. Doing a normal 3-core alien is probably the easiest build that you can do, is just a 3-core one. But this is a 4-core one, so it's slightly more complicated. It takes a bit more concentration on what you're doing. Like I say, you got an extra wire. My stretch that I did should have been a lot more than what I did do it. So I just want to stretch it slightly just to get it going. So I am getting some inconsistencies in this. So shout out to all the big coil makers that are out there that do this daily and stuff like that. Big shout out to them. Just knock the camera. So I'm going to move across again. Move across so you can see what I'm doing. Hopefully, I know this isn't clear or anything. I am working to get a better camera setup and everything. It's just at the moment, the way things are, I cannot do that at the moment. So let's, again, I just want to stretch just slightly just to get it going. There we are. And we're off again. Now, doing it this way, like I say, I can go fast and slow, slow and fast. It's just because I've got that guide and the key rings. Now, I did mess up there because that key ring just flew off. So, it did mess up just there. Now, I don't know if I can push that. So, there is an inconsistency there, like I said. So guys, I'm sorry it's gone really, really dark in here. My big light that I have has decided it wants to die on me. Let me just change this lighting in here, see if I can make it a bit different. You're going to have to give me a couple of seconds. I'm sorry about the lighting. AM Gaming PC, thanks for joining. You got 2 streams open at the moment. Is that on Twitch, AM Gaming? Now, will this turn back on? Right. There we are, I can see what I'm doing. So like I say, I've messed up. I cannot reverse off that and, you know, correct it. I just have to establish everything again and get going. So like I say, these mistakes are unavoidable. So there we are, get going again. So again, I'm getting inconsistencies in it. So I want to stretch a bit. So I'm not stretching perfectly. So again, got some inconsistencies here, as you can see there, where the spacing is a bit too much. Oh, have you? It's Tuesday, so Nick's doing his fiddle, isn't he? Is it his fiddle on Tuesday that he does on Twitch? So I am screwing up big time with this build. So let's get started again. See if I can get this to, there we are, a bit better. So again, let's carry on. There's nothing I can do. I just have to carry on. And I think that's because there's an extra wire. Again, I have messed up. How much wire have I got left? Got quite a bit of wire. So what I'm going to do is, just to make it easier for myself, I'm going to stretch this a bit more. And yeah, I'm stretching it while I've still got it attached to my wires and stuff. So I'm just going to, there we are, give it another little tug there. See if that helps a bit, because like I said, I understretched it a hell of a lot. See if that makes a difference. Yeah, that makes a hell of a lot of difference. So yeah, I had that majorly understretched there, but hopefully that won't be too bad. Let me get going again. So we're nearly getting to the end of this. So what I want to do is I want to bring this a bit further, because I don't want those middle wires collapsing on me as well. Now my wire feeding up has messed up on me a bit. So yeah, it's the fiddle. I hope I answered that. So if you get a situation like this, can you see how it's swiveled up like this? Like that. So just be very, very careful in trying to untangle it. You've just got to be extremely careful and make sure that you go in the right way without trying to stretch it anymore. So this is one of the problems you're going to deal with, probably, if you're doing it yourself. Like I say, just be very careful and untwine it. Once you've unwind it like that, and then let it go, it'll be straight again. Right, so I have had a collapse situation here. So what I'm just going to do is very carefully just flatten that out as much as I can. So I'm going to keep this close. So I want to keep that close just so those middle wires do not collapse on me. So this isn't going to be the bestest build ever. Let's hope the next build will go just slightly better. So again, I'm just going to move it slightly. I just want to make sure that wire, or the two wires in the center, don't collapse on me. Yeah, true. It does. It's a ball like that, Aussie. So, AM Gaming, I will be actually doing in this live stream, I will be building the Recoil 3, one of my purchases of last year. So it's weird that you're watching Grim Green and I will be building Grim Green's RDA. I do have two, but the second one I'll probably wait until I can get the single coil kit for my other Recoil 3, and that'll probably be another stream. So as you can see, even in this, I've been making coils a long time, and even I am making mistakes. Not every build is easy and as simple. So I'm just going to crimp these slightly just to make them a bit more. So I'll have a look at the build. I don't know, probably won't end up be able to salvage this one. I hope I do, but I don't know if there's going to be too much consistencies. If it's just me vaping it, then that's one thing. I'm not making them professionally. I'm not making them to sell or anything. I'm just making them for me to vape. If I was selling them, then that'd be a completely different story altogether. So I'm just going to try and take this off here like that. See if I can get this last bit of wire done. And this is just because as well that I haven't had my pinch consistent. I haven't kept my pinch consistent with what I've been doing. So let's have a look, see if I can salvage a dual coil out of this. So I'm just going to chop there at the end. Don't want to lose this guide. Where's my pot to put my guide? So, and then I'm also going to chop the tail end of this off. Or I'm going to try and chop the tail end of this off. So, that is what I've got, guys. So let me just chop it off so I can give you a better look. Like I say, this isn't a perfect build in any means whatsoever. It's not a perfect build. But like I say, it's only me that's vaping it. It's only me vaping it. So let's see if I can get some coils out of this. I'm just going to flatten some areas just to make it a little bit better. So I'm just flattening, and where I've gone wrong, I'm just flattening. And there we are. So I will wrap from this end because this is the cleanest end. Just let me get that autofocus off. There we are. So I'm going to be starting at the clean end and go from there. Maybe that'll bring you a bit better. Come on. this camera works when it wants to work. But you'll get a better look once it's wrapped and everything. And like I say, it's not going to be a great and absolutely amazing build for this, but it will vape. So I want to do, for this particular RDA, I just want to do a 3.5mm coil. 6 wraps if I can get away with it. 5 wraps should be good. Now with every alien, one side's going to have a flat end and one side's going to have a curve. So the bit that's got the curve you want at the top, the bit that's flat you want obviously slammed against your coil jig like that. So let's get this. First wrap is your most awkward wrap of all. So make sure it's nice and tight. So I've got 3 there. If your wire is twisted, don't worry, it'll come out in the wrap. 4. It will come out in the wrap because it's as long as you're using NI80, it should come out in the wrap. So there we are. So that's our first coil, 3.5mm, 6 wraps. 6 wraps. So that's the first coil. I'll give you a better look once I've wrapped it, because then it'll look completely different as well once it's wrapped. So I'm just having a little gander of my wire again. Which bit is the curved part, which bit isn't, which is the flat part. So like I say, flat part goes against your coiling jig and the curved part goes over the top. Now there is a bit too much of a curve in, too much of a twist in this, so we'll see how it goes. First wrap is your most awkward wrap, so make sure it's tight. So that one's a bit weird. That one went a bit weird there on me. I don't know why. So 2 and 3, 4 and 5, and then 6. So I've got 2 coils at 3.5mm ID, 6 wraps on there. So these don't look actually too bad, to be fair. They came out quite nice, even though there's some imperfections in there. But it seems like the imperfections have more or less all come out. And I don't know why. So maybe just that flattening of the imperfection bits put it right. So there you are. You can see there's a few imperfections there with the spacing. But yeah, 4-core alien, 3.5mm ID, 6 wraps on each. So let's get it on the RDA. So I'll get you in close again so you can have a look and stuff like that. I need to check this bloody Nightbot. So yeah, that looks all alright. It just hasn't activated as much as I wanted it to. I don't know if it's because I haven't got many people in. I don't know. But we'll go from there. So let's get you dipped down. So there's the Touring RDA just there. Let's get the post holes open. So I'm using this one here, this thingy, Allen key. So the hex screws 1.5mm are the size of the tool that I'm using. And again, I'm trying to be in shot as well. So post holes are open. Where are we? So I can't remember the leg length on this. So I'm going to start with a 7mm. A 7mm leg length is what I'm going to go with to begin with. Obviously, I can cut. I can cut 10 out of 10 build mat. It's an OBD build mat, gaming, AM gaming. You know, ODB battery wraps that you can get. So this is a an extra large building mat of all the girls that they had back then with the boobies out, basically. So let me just drop this coil in here like that, which I think is probably perfect for what I want. So where did my Allen key go? Yeah, I think they did a thingy, was it last year or the year before, a couple of years back. I think they were slightly special order, and then I think they had some on the website after you pre-ordered them. So I'm just clamping these down now. I'm just going to move that away slightly. So 7mm looks perfect for it. So snip them off. 7mm is what I'm doing them at, or leg length is what I'm doing them at. Let's set this in. So the reason why I'm not bending them or doing anything is just so they're sitting on a slant, on a diagonal slant, because my legs aren't parallel. I didn't bend them parallel. So that's why I haven't positioned them yet, because then one coil is going to get in the way of the other coil. So AM Gaming, are you still in here? What's Nick building on his fiddle today? So all I'm going to do now is, if I can stay in camera for the people that are watching, is I'm just going to adjust them slightly. I want them slightly near the, as close as I can get easily to the airflow, but leaving a space in the center. So that's them mounted so far. It is a good RDA, Lee. I did get it. Oh, I nearly messed up then. I nearly told you where to get it from. But if you follow Jaff, you know who Jaff's sponsored by. That's where you can get it from, or where I got it from, or where I get most of my stuff from, because I can Klarna it and not have to pay for it all out at once. So that is built there. AM Gaming. I'm assuming you're going to say there's a bit of wonk on there if you're watching Grim. So there is a bit of a wonk on there. Let me put it right. And I want that a bit further away from the airflow, like that. So that's those coils mounted. So like I say, it's not the best build that I did, but it has come out pretty neat. These are coils for me. I'm not selling them. I don't sell them professionally. So that's why there's imperfections in it. But it's the fun of building RDAs and stuff. So 4-core Alien, 3.5mm 6 wraps. Let's see what this resistance is sitting at before pinching it and adding power to it. So as it stands now, this coil is at a 0.05. Obviously, I'm not going to fire it at 120 watts. That's just the recommended watts. But I will probably start at about 40 watts and then gradually increase it. So let me just move that down so you can see what I'm doing a bit better. Have a drink. Hope everybody's got a drink and everything. And have a 2 as well on the Hell's Gate mod and 9 Hell's 13 Heavens RDA. And I've got some Dubai custard in this as well. Right, so I'm at 40 watts. Let's get some heat onto them. So I'm just going to introduce the heat slightly. So I'll probably need definitely need more power for that, just to get it going. So I'm at 50 watts. I think because the resistance is really low at the moment before the pinch and everything. So as you can see, we're getting some heat to them now and some nice colours too from there. So I'm trying to stay in camera, guys. And I'm introducing that heat. Let's bump that up even more, because there's hardly anything coming to that. So 60 watts. There we are. There we are. So keep firing, keep strumming. You want to get out any hot spots. So if you're not familiar with hot spots, I think I have one just there. Oh, I did have one just there. So a hotspot, if you're not familiar with hotspots, it's not Strike It Rich or anything on ITVX. It's like lightning bolts in your coils that you need to get out and lighting properly. If you have any lightning bolts, strim, pinch, pull, even put your coiling rod through the center of it, and it helps just get those hot spots out of your coils. So as you can see, so I do have some hot spots definitely in this. So some people will pinch, some people won't pinch. I do both. I do a bit of pinching and firing, and then I do a bit of strumming, and then I do a bit of stretching as well. So like that, you will have to introduce heat to it. like that. So what I'm going to do now to help it along a bit is I'm going to just grab one of the coils and give it a little separation and stretch, and I'm going to do that with both coils, both sides, and that can also help get hot spots out and get it glowing nice and evenly. So this will take some working out, so stick with it. It's not going to be perfect straight away. You will have to do some more pulsing and pinching. If it's a more professional coil, obviously better wire than what I am using, obviously will also make a difference to the outcome of your build. So let me just check they're all good, which they are. I always struggle with these screws on this, so that one was a bit loose. So always make sure that your post screws are nice and tight as well. Just go around and check them. So let's increase it. I'm going to go to 70 watts. There we are, and they're looking good already. Have you seen that? Just by tightening the post screws can help, and they look perfect, more or less. And they're glowing nicely, and that's how you want them. You want them glowing from the inside out, like so. So I'm just going to give them a couple of minutes just to cool down, and we can get a final reading on this coil. Boy, I hope you're enjoying everything so far, guys. I'm supposed to have Nightbot working, which it has worked, I think once in this stream, so I'm probably going to have to go back and have a look at it. So it has come up with like and subscribe and all that, so, and my socials, so just go back in the comments. You can click those links to my socials on Instagram and Facebook. You can do that. And like I say, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, comment, share, do all that good stuff. It doesn't cost you anything as well. Right. So, I am vaping some Dubai chocolate, and this needs a bit of sauce on it. Finding it hard to actually find this one. There's only a few places got it, but amazing juice. I haven't bought, just normal juice in a while, but I got this off from the Home Zone and Tour by Foogly Warrior, Triumph Vapes, Brett, if you know him, and Jane from the Home Zone on Tour. That's where I got this from. Amazing juice, delicious, nice and chocolatey. If you remember chocolate juices from back in the day, they were just shit, they were trash. They either had a bad taste or a bad taste lingering after, or just smell completely rank. But this one tastes nice and chocolatey, and what it's supposed to taste like. Chocolatey, creamy, pistachio-y. Can't go wrong. Very delicious liquid. Needs a bit more on there. So, without smashing the camera as well. So, thanks to the people that are still here. I appreciate you. So, delicious, excellent. So, have these cooled down? Brian Enoch, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. just having a vape. I've just built the touring. So what I bought last year. I've made these coils myself, Brian Enoch. I don't know if you've been to one of my lives before or catch the replay, but I make my own coils on my lives. So I've just made these 4-core aliens. It wasn't a perfect build, but a slightly better outcome. 4-core aliens, 3.5 millimeters in diameter, 6 wraps. I've just pulsed and pinched, so I'm going to see what the final resistance is. And that's come up to exactly 0.1 on the dot there for those 2 coils. Now, let's get it wicked. I appreciate that, Brian. Appreciate it. If you're not already yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. And don't forget to hit that like button. Helps my videos. So, if you're with me last week, I'm back to my Kendo Gold cotton. It's not everybody's favourite. This is just my favourite cotton that I like to use, as well as Firebolt cotton. It's a bit like a Maviton, so if Jaff's still in it, Jafferton, he'll probably understand. It's a bit like that. It can have seeds, a few seeds in it, but the flavour and the absorption and the wicking is just perfect for me. Is what I use. I haven't had this for a bit. I recently got some, so this is what I'm using. It's slightly different, AM Gaming. Slightly different to what I remember. Back when I last used it, it was more like, I don't know if you watched like any of the older vapors, maybe Wendy Vapes. Who remembers Wendy Vapes? She used to use it, and the consistency used to be a bit more like, you know, the stuffing that you get in pillows, a bit like that, but this is more cottony, this one. And I know that sounds weird, but it's more cotton, but it's more fibery and more absorbent. Like you can see, there's a few seeds still lingering about. You use Muji pads. Yeah, similar to that. I mean, I even use that, even still now, organic cotton. I still use that. It's just this one and Firebolt is my favourite. And as you can see, it's nice and fluffy duffy. Get rid of any seeds that might be lurking around, and I'm just going to roll it like that. Yeah, but that's not a problem, Lee. Everybody finds the favourite cotton. Everybody. And I've probably, over the years, I've been vaping since late 2013, early 2014. And I've probably tried every cotton, even BP Mods cotton. And I just find myself keep going back to this one, Kendo. But it can be hard to get hold of Kendo cotton. Not many people stock it. I just happened to find somebody online that had it. So go with that. There is going to be, actually, I'll try not to do any wastage on cotton. So I'll pull that through. There are quite deep juice wells in there. So I should get about 2 out of it. Don't forget, make sure you've got a nice small pair of scissors to hand. And I'm just going to roughly eyeball this like that, and hopefully be able to fit this side in easily. That way to reduce waste in my cotton. But like I say, if you've tried Maviton, I'm assuming it's a lot like Maviton. It's got very similar characteristics to Maviton cotton. There is a slight break-in period, but you get flavour, clean flavour very, very quickly. Very, very quickly with this one. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to Do a slight comb out just to help with that capillary action. So there we are, all fluffy duffy. Not doing anything special. All I'm doing is getting all those fibres nice and straight and not clumpy. Like I say, I'm not really doing anything special. Do a bit of Mike Vape's undertickle there. And like I say, all I'm doing is making sure all those fibres are not knotted. I mean, there will be some comb out to it, but I don't want to be taking too much off it. It's not really that packed, Lee. I mean, it's wicked like any other cotton would be, but because it's so bouncy and fluffy like that, it looks like a lot me threading through, but there's still some give to it, so it will move. Like you can see there, it will move. But don't forget as well, these are 3.5mm ID coils as well, so it will need a slightly bit more wicking in there. Now, I'm not even going to cut those ends off. I'm just going to tuck it in. It's quite a deep juice well, so I'm just going to gently tuck that in like that. And it's a big size for the cotton to go in, so there's plenty of room. So I'm just going to put that in there, and then at the same time with my tweezers, just give it a little stab to help those fibres. So Lee, I know it looks really, really packed, but if you were feeling it now, you'd understand what I'm saying about it looks it, but it's not. Still moves, still a bit of restriction, but still moves through the coils. It's still nice and fluffy, like that. So that's all wicked. There we are. And like you can see, it's still fluffy and got some stragglers there. So, what am I going to put on this? Right, let me... So I'm going to use one that I've got in my drawer that I've had for a bit. Let me stick that up there to make it all legal with YouTube. So I'm going to use some Dark Star scones. I've had this for quite a bit. At least 12 months, so it's had a nice good steep. It's had a nice juice, very nice juice. Not as sweet as most juices, but it's the way I sort of like my juices. I don't like them too sweet. I just like them nice. But this one from Dark Stars scones, oh my god. It actually tastes like a dense scone, cream and jam as well. And I'm not a jam person, and even the jam's quite nice in this as well. It's a 250ml bottle, AM Gaming. It's a 250ml bottle. I have bigger, I have litre bottles in my drawer, which is 4 times the size of this. But yeah, it's 250ml bottle. So this is what I'm going to be using. So Dark Star scones, it is basically what it is: scones, jam and cream. I won't get into a debate now whether you're a jam or a cream on scone person. But if you're from the UK, you probably understand. If you're from America, you might not know what a scone is. But the best way to describe a scone to an American, it's a bit like what you call biscuits, or what you have like biscuits and gravy. Scone. Yeah. Well, I'm from Yorkshire. I'm in Yorkshire, so we say scone. Posh people say scone with the E on the end. But I won't lie, I do find myself sometimes saying scone, but it's actually scone. I do actually say scone. Right, is that still working? Yeah. Right, let's get this juiced up. So it's on 80. I'm not going to put it on 80. I'm just going to put it on 50. 50 watts to prime it. So like I say, it's sitting at exact 0.1 ohms. So let's get this primed and get that cotton all nice as well, saturated. Like I say, it takes a bit of time for that cotton to saturate, but once it is saturated, oh, it never misses a beat. I'm trying not to spill juice like I did last week. No, it's 250ml AM Gaming. Are you talking about the Lee? Are you talking about the scones that's won awards from Dark Star? I think it has. AM Gaming. Are you in the UK? So that's nice. Let me just, now that I've finished with the juice and made it all legal with YouTube, let's get that back on there. Oh, Liverpool area. I do see you on Nick's lives. I just always assumed that you were from the USA, that's all. So that's nice and toasty and looking good. If I can get this to focus. So there we are. Nicely juiced up. Let me get some more on here. Like I say, once this cotton is soaked and got loads of juice on it, then there's no stopping it whatsoever. So top cap, Liverpool area AM Gaming. Yeah. So Lee, yeah, I know that they had a thingy on it, but they also do like supersonic scones as well. Now I've never tried that, but they always say that the particular one that I have, so that's it. That's the top cap. It's the gold one. There's supersonic scones as well. Never tried that, but I heard the scones are the best out of the two. So I'm not using the drip tip that it comes with. I'm using this drip tip. Now, this is an old drip tip. It is from a drip tip maker, but nobody recent. So this is from back in the day. If anybody remembers Vince's tips from back in the day, this is one of his still working. It does need a bit of a clean, but it does look good on this. Does look good on this. And do we have any problems with it? No. So we have no problems with it touching anything and everything. 0.1. Right, so let's get it on the device. Like I said, if you were here at the beginning of the stream, you know what I'm putting it on. If you don't know, one of my other purchases I did last year before I stopped doing my lives was the Sidekick. So that's what it's going on, is the Sidekick. So Sidekick I got was the copper one. and I've just thrown it about. Now it is clean. I did clean it earlier on today. Now I know it probably doesn't look clean, but in between the grooves doesn't look as clean as the outer bits, but it is all clean and everything. It is nice and clean. Even the 510 is all nice and clean. Switch and firing pin just there. Dion, nice to see you, mate. Thanks for joining. So I've just done my first build of the night, which is the Vortex 30mm. This is just a stream of some of the things that I got last year. That's not retro. So Vortex there with custom drip tip. So 21700 side fire by Times Vape and EDC mods. That's underneath as well. Side fire as well. So this bit is your side firing pin. And I know it's not matchy-matchy, but at the moment I've got a thing about copper and brass or copper and gold together. So this is what I basically run it on, basically. Let's get a freshly charged battery out of there. So I've got 21700 in there. Like that. So you've got basically space there. So technically the venting is at the bottom. So I'll be running my battery upside down. So basically wherever your venting is, put your positive there. If you're running a single battery mech, it doesn't matter whether you're running it up and down. Practice battery safety as well. Make sure you're using the correct batteries for your build, and just make sure that you don't have a dent in the top of your battery as well. Oh, Nightbot making an appearance. Oh, finally. And just make sure they've got no dents in the top, especially if you're running the positive where the RDA is as well. So positive side down is how I'll be running it. So this isn't threaded, it's just a push in and turn, a bit like a light bulb. So it's got two notches on the side just there. And that corresponds with what's going on the inside of the lid there. And it's all clean as well. Like I said, I have cleaned it. So I'm going to pop that in there. Unscrew this. This adjusts your center pin just there at the center. So that screws in and out. So that's where you make your battery connection. So once you put it in, you screw up this bit just here until it makes contact with your battery and you're good. Now also it has a lock-in mechanism as well. If you unscrew your switch a bit, so I tend to just screw it there, the diamond next to it, and it doesn't fire, or the bar doesn't fire. And that corresponds with what's in there. So that little section is where you fire it. When you lock it, that's when it's not touching. So it's a nice little safety feature, nice affordable mod as well. So I've got that in there. There's no rattle or anything. Do we have power? And we do. And that's hitting nice and hard. So that is the first build so far. So I'm hoping everybody at the moment is enjoying everything at the moment. Enjoying the content and everything. When Nightbot decides to work, obviously listen for social medias and like and all that. But I think I need to go into Nightbot a bit more for it to activate a bit more than what it has. But yeah, we'll go from there. So Taurine, Vortex 30mm on there on the sidekick, just there. And we've got power and it's hitting nice and hard. Let's Let's take it for a 2. Wet my throat. Vaping Brummy, how we doing, bro? Thanks for joining, mate. So let's have a 2. First build of the night on the Taurine, which I got last year. Sidekick is what I got before I stopped doing lives, and I had some family issues and had to stop doing lives. But wide open, airflow wide open. Vaping Brummy, I've got 4-core Alien on this, 3.5mm diameter, 6 wraps, resistance exactly 0.1. And as you can see, it's hitting nice and hard. Wow, that is delicious. That just gets better and better the longer I leave it. I have had it about 12 months or even over 12 months now. And the cream and the scone, the doughiness of the scone is delicious. Especially with those coils on there. And you can see plenty of clouds as well. Thanks to everybody that's joining. Please comment if you've just newly joined. Let me know that you're here so I can say hello. Very tasty, very saturated, that vape. Tasty. Can't complain about the RDA. One thing I like about RDAs now, they're not so expensive, they're more affordable. And I don't have many 30mm RDAs. The only 30mm RDAs are really, really old ones. So I thought I'd treat myself to a brand new 30mm RDA. I do eventually want to get an Asgard to try that, because everybody keeps telling me it's the best RDA ever. So I will eventually get one. But this is my first 30mm, new 30mm RDA that I've had for quite a bit. Nice and tasty, can't fault that at all. One bit, can't fault that at all. Just waiting for comments to come through. Are you coming on to me, Vaping Brummy? I know I look good. I do have that effect on it. Yeah, don't worry about that, Vaping Brummy. I'm not watching that, brother. I know I've got a mech that I'm buying off you as well, so I'd rather at least give you some money towards it before you even send stuff out. But I am getting a mech off Vaping Brummy as well. Lee Swetnam, Asgard Mini is excellent. Yeah, people keep telling me Asgard. I haven't just... The thing is I want so many things, but retro stuff will always get priority, plus mechs as well. If I can afford it, will always get priority over anything. So battery's not getting hot or anything. It's vaping nice. And I know I said when I was wicking it, there is a slight breaking period, but there was no breaking period with that. Flavour straight away, straight away. Delicious. So let me juice that back up and let's get on to our next build. So it's a bit of a treat. I'm doing 2 builds today. Next one is going to be an interlock coil, an interlock alien. That will be going on the Recoil 3, which I have used and everything, and so I know what it tastes like and everything. Great RDA, one of my favourites of 2025. Just thought, like I say, it's not a retro build and chill sort of. It's just some new stuff that I got last year. But the Recoil 3, I do have 2 of these. This one is the same. It's a gold one. I also have the limited edition one, the black and green one, which I'm saving hopefully to get the single coil airflow kit, which I'll use on that. So hopefully I won't get striked for doing that, because I've just realised what I've done, but we won't say anything. But yeah, it comes in with a strip like that and that, which looks pretty nice, and I like the presentation and everything that you get with it. I'll get rid of that. So basically that's how it comes. So you get 2 airflows, one 2mm, one 3mm, I believe. No, I've got that wrong. I've got that wrong. So you get a normal recoil top cap with the drip tip that they had on the original, and then also you get another top cap which you can put an 810 drip tip on. So let me just have a quick gander so I'm not telling lies. So this one's 2.5 dual coil airflow. Mini slightly better than the 30. Okay. I mean, the Mini is 25, isn't it? 25mm. So let me just get this out. And the one that I've gotten is the 3mm. So 3mm, 2.5mm in dual coil. So like the original, the drip tip is just a sleeve. So if you have old drip tips from your version 1 or custom ones, it'll fit on this. But then if you like your 810 drip tips, you can also use this bit that unscrews from the airflow. And you can use your 810 drip tip. Same thing, you get all your extras, post screws and all that. O-rings. You get a coil jig, stuff like that in there. You even get like a little Atty stand as well. A little Atty stand there as well. So nice presentation for the RDA. This one I were looking forward to getting. That's the top cap, snake bite airflow, like the original, and that's inside of the barrel with the notches that corresponds with the deck, like that. Let me get stuff out of the way. And looking tidy, like I said. With or without the beauty ring, yeah. I'm gonna have to try both, because like I say, everybody's differently, so it could be I like the 30mm and not the 25mm, or it could be the same as well. So say different deck to the original, more like a little bit of a house, so your juice falls down while you're dripping. So this can also be used in squonk mode as well. That's the deck. Shallow deck, similar to the Bonsai. The Bonza Pro shallow deck. Like that. Post screws are straight. Like that. And that's the second RDA I'm going to be building tonight. And then that will be going on top of the heavy hitter. So the one that I'm going to be doing now is just a normal 3-quart interlock alien. So anybody who knows an interlock alien or has built an interlock alien is slightly different when you're doing your decor, but same sort of job as doing your 3-core Alien, the only difference is your core wire has a parallel wire, which if you don't get what I'm saying, you will know very, very soon. Thanks to everybody that is here. I appreciate you all that is here and stayed and is staying and hopefully enjoying the live as well. Right, let's get set up. So same again, I'm going to be using 26 gauge, 36 gauge wire. Same as the core that I made before, I'm going to need 3 strips of wire. Grab it, pull it, stretch it. NI80 is a soft wire, so you should be able to pull it straight with just your hands. So same as before, I'm just going to get a piece of wire and then I'm going to give it a little tug and then it becomes straight like that. So again, I'm going to do 2 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters, is it 12 inches? And I've just lost that wire. So because I'm doing a 3-core, I'm using exactly the same wire to do my D-core on. So I'm going to do 2 wire lengths of 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters, 12 inches. And then I'm going to do one that's slightly longer because when you're doing your D-core or your Clapton, for your D-core, you need just slightly more for the build that you are doing. So I've got 2 wires at 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters, 12 inches. And then this one I'm going to do 40 centimeters, 400 millimeters, obviously over 12 inches. And that's the piece of wire that I'm going to be doing my D-core on for the Alien, or the interlock Alien, which is slightly different from when you're doing your D-core, which I'll show you, because what you're going to do is you're going to do your Clapton as you would normally, wrapping it the opposite way around to your final thing. But what you want to do is you want to Clapton half your wire with one piece of wire, then you want to force fuse a second wire parallel to it. So technically you've got dual wire Clapton, or fuse Clapton or core, is what it'll be. But like I say, you'll see all this while I'm doing it. So let me just load this piece of wire into my flat chuck. Like I say, it's got a center bit in it, so this will sit in the center like so. Lock that. No, see, look, I am skipping parts. So what I want to do is I want to put a little bend in it, and that's for just mounting the wire in the chuck. And that's just mounting your wire in the chuck. There we are. Lock that down. That's all center. Same again on this side. I'm going to put an L in this side just to mount into my swivel, like so. So get your swivel however way you've got it set up. I've got it set on a table vise and piece of wood with ball bearing swivels. Now if you've just joined the stream, you'll probably have to have a quick look at the beginning of the stream. When I do the first build, I talk about swivels and stuff and what kind of swivels you need for making wire as well. So go back to the beginning of the video and just have a quick look at what I say about the swivels. But just, you need ball bearing swivels. You don't need anything less than a ball bearing swivel, otherwise you're going to have problems, especially when it comes to making coils. So as normal, you want it not too loose but not too tight. You still want, just move them out of the way, you still want your swivels to spin like that. You still want them to spin. Obviously that tail there for mounting your wire. Opposite direction to what you're doing your fuse Clapton. So let me just get you in close to where I am here so you can see what I'm doing. I'll move you over just slightly. Lock in that focus. Like that. So get your 36 gauge. Mount it on to your little thing just there. So like I say, you're doing a parallel wire is what you're doing. So instead of having to pull two sets of wire out and doing it once with a double thingy, like I say, I'm going to Clapton half the wire, and then I'm going to force Clapton another wire in between it. So again, I'm going to mount my wire the opposite way to the way I like to do my final wrap. Like so. So I'm just going to mount that onto there like that. Whack it straight. So same as your normal Clapton, 90-degree angle. Keeping your spool not too tight so your core wire slides. So what I'm just going to quickly do is tape measure. I'm just going to measure the length of wire that I've got so I know roughly where I need to stop with the first fuse Clapton. So I've got 36. So I need about 18 centimeters with the first Clapton going halfway. So basically, like I said, you're just doing a Clapton 90-degree angle. Don't hold your spool too tight because obviously you want that core to move off this core wire. I'm still doing a 3-core alien. So I'm doing my D-core off the same size wire, not like my first build where I had an extra wire and I needed to do my D-core off a thicker wire. So let's get it going, and what I'm going to try and do is get going. Right. So, like I say, make sure your drill is in the opposite way and start Claptoning. So, like I say, like any other alien, this part of the build, if you make a mistake and go back on yourself, you can correct it. Just reverse and correct what you've done. So, like before, you're just doing exactly the same. You're doing a fuse Clapton that you're going to D-core off this center wire. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop there, take this autofocus off, and just put you on a slant so you can see more or less what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So like I say, fuse Clapton, not holding my spool too tight, obviously because I want to force fuse as well. Put another wire in between, so I want it to be able to move and let that wire fuse in between those wires. Is everybody with me so far? Or understand what I'm saying? Or get what I'm saying? I'm not even bothered. I know some people won't be bothered because they use professionally made coils. That is completely alright. I know some coil makers and they're brilliant guys and they work hard, just for people that just want to use a ready-made coil. But some people are interested in maybe making their own or attempting to make their own. One of the reasons why I do this on my live streams, because nobody does it anymore like they used to do back in the day. There used to be loads of coil making videos because people used to make coils and were interested in making coils. Just something I wanted to do something a bit different, obviously with my streams. So when I get to about halfway, I will measure it, and then I will do slightly extra because obviously when you cut it, it will recoil back a bit. So I'm making it so that with that recoil back, I've still got enough wire. Because like I say, I'm going to force fuse it when I get to about halfway, which I'm just going to stop there for a second and measure how much Clapton I've got here. So I had 36, 15, so about 18. So I've got about 19, which is good because there's going to be a bit of a spring back, a recoil back. So with this one, I want to leave quite a big bit of tail on there. So I'm going to do that. It's recoiled back a bit. You probably saw it. And if I'm going to give that a quick check to what I've got now, which works out about right. I've got about 18 centimeters, 180 millimeters done. So now that I've gone halfway, I want to force fuse another wire in between the wire that I've already got, which will make this wire that's in the middle with the force fuse go the rest of the way to the end of this wire. So it's halfway now at the moment. So let me get you back in here so you can see what I'm doing. Like that. I'm going to, where are we? Locking that so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to bring this back up now. Okay. So I want to make sure that, yeah, this does move just slightly. I want to make a bit of a gap with that first bit of wire, which is what I've done now. Right, again, I'm not taking this wire off, I'm force fusing. So again, I'm going to put an end piece onto here again. So this is what I mean about the forced fused bit of the build. So like that, going in exactly the same direction. You don't want to change the direction that you are going in. So once I'm in between that wire, so this part, you still want to keep your wire loose, 90-degree angle, but you want to be slightly holding it a bit tighter than what you were previously. Still soft, but slightly harder, just so the force fuse goes in between that wire. So I'm just going to start slow, just to make sure I've got it in between that wire, which I have. And then I'm going to carry on. So as you can see, this wire is going in between that wire now. So this is what I mean by the force fuse part of the wire. Take it steady, don't go too fast so you don't make any mistakes. Once you get a groove going, then yeah, obviously you can let it rip a bit. But you want to make sure that that force fused is consistent and going in between that wire as well. Again, if you make a mistake, you can sort of go back and correct it, but there might be an imperfection in your wire or your build. So now that we've got to there where you're off the screen, I'm going to move you here like that so you can see what I'm doing. What this wire will eventually do, this end here, you'll see moving to the end to end up becoming parallel with this wire that I'm doing now. So let me take that autofocus off so you can see what I'm doing slightly. And then I'm going to carry on force fusing this. Now, once you get used to it, yeah, you can go nice and quick. Once you get the feel and get used to force fusing. If you're just doing it new or just trying it, take it slow is my best advice. Once you get that groove going and understand what you're doing, just take it slow. And you can probably see on here that that wire is slowly moving down. Or the other wire, the previous wire that I did. And like I say, this is force fusing in between the existing wire, not on top of the existing wire. If it was on top of this wire, then obviously it'd be the same length halfway down. But this is what will give you that nice interlock look. So I'm just going to slow down there, make sure this tail doesn't interfere with the wire that's at the end. So start off again slowly. So as you can see on the screen, that other wire, that what I did first hand, is moving down slowly, which will give us the force fuse. Right, now, what I've done here is I haven't been able to go all the way to the end here. So I haven't been able to go all the way to the end. Not a problem if that happens. So again, I'm going to do a big tail on it. It's going to recoil back a bit. Now with this wire that's too long, all I'm going to do is I'm going to unwrap that wire to make it level with this one. So as you can see there is that. So let me just lock that in so you can see what I'm doing. Like that. So all I'm doing is I'm grabbing the tail of the longest piece here, which is on the end. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to hold it, reverse my wire, reverse my drill into the opposite way, and slowly take this off until it's parallel with that other leg. Which is what I want to do there. So Both my tails are at the same point. I'm just going to cut them off flush like that. So you will have two tails this side and also two tails on this side right here. So exactly the same. Now that you've done your interlock part or your interlock Clapton, where you've done a Clapton halfway, then force fused a separate wire to make a long piece. So again, I want a nice tail on this side, and now I should be able to, as you can see there, look, I can move that core wire on the core. So like any other alien, you just decore this exactly the same way. Take that autofocus off. There we are. So same again, I'm going to hold it all the way to here, chop it, then very carefully, again, I'm going to remove this Clapton off my decore, and same with the alien, I'm just going to put it to one side while I get all my wires set up and how I want it. So let's release this and get all the wires set up. So I'm going to release this. So don't forget, this wire is longer, so it will need trimming down to the same size as the other two wires. So I'm just going to take that leg off because I won't need it. You'll see me throwing stuff underneath my desk. I've got a bin there. I'm not a mucky sod. So again, same as the 4-core alien, same as the 3-core alien. I want all my wires next to each other, parallel. This will be good because I've got a center wire, so I'll be able to center it a lot easier. So I'm going to center that in there like that. And then make sure that this is tightened down nicely so it's grabbed all the wires. And same again, I'm just going to run my finger down. One wire is longer than the other, and there's some imperfections in the wires on the end just here. So I'm just going to cut that so they're all the same length. Perfect. So same again, I'm going to be using the same stuff. I'm going to be using my guide and key rings. So I'm going to grab this end, make sure they're all next to each other, slide them down, and then feed it onto my gauge here, or guide. Put it all the way to the end like that. Again, from this end, make sure they're all parallel, pulling them nice and tight. And then I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to stick an L on this side to mount into my swivel. So same thing again, just mount into your swivel the way you have been doing. So stick the L in there, making sure that still both all three wires are still sitting next to each other parallel, and then move that over and twist that round to lock that in like that. Pull your swivel nice and tight. Same again, you don't want it too tight, you want some sort of resistance in there. Make sure that the guide goes all the way down, which it does. Again, key rings. I'm going to be using 2 key rings, or find the 2 key rings that I used previously. There's one there. And I know there's the other one fell off somewhere, didn't it? It flew off somewhere. And it flew off there. So thanks everybody that's still here and still enjoying stuff. So same again, I'm going to put my keyring round this guide here. So you don't need the guide, I just use it as an extra precaution, but you can use just key rings, paper clips, Lego, snap clips, hair snap clips, and obviously key rings and stuff like that, paper clips you can use as long as it keeps your wires nice and flat. There we are. And then the other one just on the end to keep that. Now this end will swivel and stuff. This just stops it from knotting up as much as it does. But as you pull that across, that'll make it all straight as well. That's why I like the guide in there. Stretching time. So you stretch it exactly the same way as you would a normal alien. It's all in the feel. You want a slightly spiraled thingy, but don't forget you've got 2 wires in there. So the spiral will look sort of like off-center like that. If you get what I mean. It'll be like off-center like that. So you'll have one swirly thing and then another swirly thing, but it'll be slightly off, which I'll show you anyway. So with this one, I'm going to do exactly the same as what I did before. I'm going to grab one end and I'm just going to pull the 2 wires like so, like that, like I did with the other one. Right, so instead of me using my thingies this time around, whenever I use this and try and stretch it, one of the wire pulls out and messes up everything. And it's done it every time I've done an interlock on a live and just in my own time practicing. So I'm going to be using this sort of clamp, which is similar to the one that I've got on here, just so I can, you know, put more pressure on it when I'm clamping it down. So I'm just going to set this up to more or less where I need it. So the end that I've pulled, I'm going to clamp onto this using this, because this I can put more of a heavier clamp on it and get it more into place. If I use that blue thing that I've used, it'll just, like I say, when I pull it, one of the wires will pull too much and go completely off what it should be, basically. So at least with this, I can clamp it down really, really tight, which I'll show you just here like that. So like that, I've just got it on there and I've got it clamped down because obviously I can put more pressure on it. It won't move once I've clamped it down like that. So now when it comes to pulling, hopefully the 2 wires will stay together as I pull. This is one of the reasons why this side I did my tails just slightly longer, so when I'm pulling it and wrapping it around, it's a lot better. And with this one, I'm going to be using pliers with some teeth in it, so I've got a better grab of both the wires. I've got to the end of my drink. Once I've done what I'll actually do is, before I do the pull, I'm just going to have a quick break and get another drink for the second half. So Ozzy, you can use the hook on the swivel. The reason why I don't use the hook on the swivel is it'll be more fiddly. Are you talking about this bit here? Or even this bit? Whether it's this bit or this bit, it'll be slightly awkward because I always set up my wires ready to go after I've done the stretch. So at least with the way I do this bit, it's a lot easier and I'm not interfering with what I've got set up here. Once I've got the stretch and my ends and everything ready, I'm in and I'm going. I don't want to have to stretch my wire and then set up my wires ready to go. Because if I do it that way, it's most likely I'm going to get a snag, trip over the wire or whatever if I stretch it before setting up my wires. If you get what I mean, Ozzy? Delicious. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to go for a quick break, quick toilet break, and get myself another drink. So like I said, Ozzy, that's the reason why I do it that way, because I want to be able to have a bit more leverage on it and I'm not interfering with these wires here. Now, if I hadn't already had these wires set up, then maybe, yeah, I can use my swivel and everything. But it's getting that bit twisted around your swivel and everything and making sure that it's secure for the pull. At least with this, I know when I pull it, I know it's going to stay in place. It's one of the reasons I don't use that blue clip that I did on the first build. So I'm just going to go for a quick break, guys, and get myself another drink. I'll be back in a moment's time. Don't go anywhere.
Nights we keep it lit, clouds so thick we never quit. Big back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Ring with refill the vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
I'm back, guys. Thanks for waiting and being patient.
All nights we keep it lit, clouds so thick we never quit.
Right, guys, I am back. Thanks for waiting. Ozzy, your comment, but the hook is screwed into the pole. Yeah, the hook is screwed into the pole, but you know these end bits here, or the tails, getting those tails in there, twisted and in a position that when it comes to pulling it, that these tails don't untwine off the hook when I pull it and mess up my deco. That's what I was saying about not being able to, or not attempting to do it like that and doing it this way instead. Does that help or answer your question that you're asking? Same birthday drink. Chocolate cake stout, or famous chocolate cake stout, 8.4% alcohol volume. There we go. And that can go in there in the bin. Just making sure this mic is still going. Yes, it is. And cheers, guys. And let's carry on. Have a two. That scone is very, very tasty. So, same way again, even with an interlock or a parallel or a force fused thingy like this. Same again, you need to understretch it. You can't overstretch it. You overstretch it, then you're going to have problems with the final wrap. Understretch it so you have that pinch, obviously, when you get there, get to do it. There to have your pinch. Like I say, you overstretch it, you have to start again. So try it for the understretch. Something you'll have to play about with, like I said, practice with doing normal aliens before, don't just go straight into interlock aliens because it can be a bit more confusing. And also, you just want to stretch it, but you want it sort of like that, so slightly offset spiral is what you're looking for, which I'll show you close up in a minute. So I'm going to be using these pliers instead because they've got teeth on it, and it'll help obviously to pull those two wires. So again, I probably might have to go out my room or near enough out my room. So let's get going. So because I did these extra long, what I want to do is I want to grab hold of these, which I'm finding very, very difficult. So I won't use the ones with the teeth. I'll use my normal ones, my flat ones. But what I'm going to do is once I've done that, I'm going to wrap the extra bit of tail round it. Or I'm going to try and attempt that. What I don't want to do is I don't want one of the wires to obviously let go and shit on me while I do it. So here goes the pull. So this pull might be slightly different, slightly harder. The feel of it might be slightly harder than what your normal alien will be. So I want to pull a bit more. So I'm going to pull like that. Right, in your bed, in your bed, in your bed. So same again, I'm going to let go, let it do its little swirl or swivel. Now I'm hoping that I haven't overstretched it. I might have overstretched it, but we'll see how it goes. So this is what I'm talking about with the interlock bit. So I might have overstretched it. I might have. But we'll soon find out when we get to doing the wraps. So I'll do what I did before. I'll thread it underneath my chair just so it doesn't snag. I will release this. So looking at it, it's not too bad. I might have maybe just saved it. So sort of like this. This is how you want it. Can you see that? So you want it slightly like that. You see how it's sort of like still a swirly, but it's making like circles. So like I say, it's got that sort of like slightly offset pull because of the two wires. So again, I've clipped that end off. I'm going to do exactly the same where I thread it through one of the wires. Doesn't matter which one. I normally just do the top one. And then again, I'm just going to use my guide and stuff just to push it all the way to the end like that. Right, we are set. Right, fingers crossed I haven't messed up and overstretched this interlock decor. Let's see if I can lock that in. Let me get you a bit more closer. Like that. So we're all set again for the wrap. And Nightbot's been absolute prick tonight. So I'll just give a shout out to all the top chatters. So the first three top chatters is AM Gaming, Lee Swetnam and Jaff Vape. So I do appreciate that. You've got the most comments on this live stream. So I do appreciate that. That might change after a refresh of this. Let's see. And Aussie Vapor, Aussie Cook is the next one as well. So I appreciate all of your contributions in the comments and everything. I appreciate it. That came out very delicious. That very delicious. Right, let's get going. Same thing. It's still an alien, so you want to be slightly ahead of the game or pointing slightly more towards your swivel, whichever way that you're doing it. Make sure that your drill is in the opposite way around that you did your decor. So I've done it so my wrap is going over the top like that. So what I'm going to do is very carefully just shuffle my seat forward like that. Right. Let's, again, you're just establishing your pinch if you need it and your wraps as you go along. So I do need a bit of a pinch on there. Now this can be slightly more difficult because the wire is a bit more stiffer. So you might find that when you're holding it, it'll feel slightly bit different to just doing like a single wire alien. But Where's my focus gone? There we are. So you can see how that's laying nicely, just like that. So I did understretch it. I do need a bit of a pinch, but I'm going to take my time with this one. Get going slowly like that. Because I need a bit more of a pinch on there, I'm going to take it a bit slower, just so I keep that stretch perfect. So I'm not saying I'm not going to get bored and then will end up going quick, but I want to keep these wraps consistent and everything. So same again, even with this, just give it, if you have to stop, give it a slight tug. This interlock will probably make your hands feel a lot more achier doing it. And move across a bit. So there is a little bit of inconsistency just there, just slightly, and that might be my pinch. There we are. Just keep going. And same again with your alien. If you mess up, you just have to carry on. You can't thing it. And just as I said that, I did mess up just there. What a stream, guys, tonight. So I appreciate every one of you that's still here. And let's carry on. So I need to do a bit more of a pinch. So I am going to have some inconsistencies with this coil again. But I'm having serious issues with my pinch today, guys. I'm not doing well with my pinch today. So I need to make sure that I keep my pinch nice and consistent. Like I say, it's really easy to go wrong with this one, especially when getting used to obviously having that pinch and then keeping that pinch there and keeping it consistent. So I do still have some inconsistencies here along the way. Yes, a hell of a lot of concentration. So as you can see, I have got imperfections going all the way down here. I probably could have maybe stretched it just a little bit more than what I did. But hopefully that won't be a problem with the overall wrap. So I'm going to go slow because I seem to be doing better doing it a lot slower. I'm getting a bit more consistent going slower than going fast like I do with the aliens. So I'll just keep it at a nice pace, or a nice slow pace, because I am doing better going slowly than I am going fast. Yeah, plenty of inconsistencies with this one this week, but that's just the way it goes, I'm afraid. So hopefully, like the first coil, it won't be much of a problem in the wrapping stage. Obviously, there might be different spacings and stuff in the final wrap, but hopefully all that should come out. And then obviously you don't want that center wire to collapse, which it has done. Because I've got more of a pull with it being an interlock, obviously it's easier for the wires to collapse. What I should have done is maybe pull it a little bit more just to make it slightly easier for me. But this build is definitely more or less bust. So I'm going to stop there, chop it there, pull these off like that. So it hasn't been a great build day this week. Yeah, there's quite a few inconsistencies there. Hopefully I can get a decent-ish coil out of it. So same with the interlock coils, you will have a flat end and you will have a ridge. I'm doing a 3mm coil for this one. This is a messed up build this week. I might have another go next week, see if that helps a bit. I'm just going to measure my things, so I should have enough. So again, flat bit on the back, curvy bit on the top. So, first wrap, always the awkwardest one. Two, three, and I'm just doing a 5 wrap. I did do 3mm. Please tell me I just did a 3mm. So I've messed up and I've gone and pulled the wrong rod out. Let's see if I can salvage this bit of wire. So if I pull it slowly, I might be able to get rid of that. That's not concentrating, that is my fault. Right, let's try again and see if I can correct this bit of wire. Let's see if I can correct it. So, about there. So let's try again. First wrap's always the awkwardest one. Let's get you around this. 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. So guys, that's the first one. Let me see, there's quite a few inconsistencies there. There's hardly any on this one. Right, let's try again. So another 5 wrap should do nicely. First wrap, awkwardest one. Second wrap, third wrap, fourth wrap, and 5 wraps. So up close, these coils are not going to look great. It's just the outcome of this build. Oh, wait till you see the up close of the coil, Aussie, and then say that. You'll definitely see some inconsistencies with it. So let's go for the close-up. Yeah, these coils are not the best. But nevertheless, it's the name of the game. And nothing ever always pans out the way you want it to. But there's some interlock. As you can see, some wraps here are terrible, absolutely terrible. Like I say, I'm the one that's vaping these. So, yeah, I'm vaping them. If I were making these professionally, these would get probably trashed. But it shouldn't affect too much with the vaping of it. But yeah, that's basically the gist of an interlock coil. I normally do it a lot better than what I have been doing. Like I said, it's just the look of the draw and the stream. Right, let's get these mounted on the Recoil R3. True, Aussie. In a way, I mean, yeah, for me, streaming to you guys now, it's a bummer that it hasn't come. That's a bit better. It's a bummer that it hasn't come out perfect. But one of the good things about a stream like this is you are going to make mistakes as well. And it's just a matter of practice, practice, practice. Now, if I wasn't live streaming, I'd probably get a more consistent and better coil. But because I've got a camera on me and eyes on me, it can be a bit nerve-wracking. But saying that, both coil builds today went a bit tits up, and I've hardly had a drink today. I was more drunk last week doing stuff. So Nightbot hasn't done its thing, which it was supposed to do tonight. So I will mention, if you look in the chat, you will find Nightbot with links to my social media on Instagram and Facebook. And then also just reminding you to make sure that you hit that like button and you are subscribed as well. What I like about this also is the juice well is nice and thick, so you don't find yourself dripping as often as you would. And like I say, that scone juice tastes absolutely gorgeous and perfect. Right, let's get these monstrosity of coils built and on here. So what I'm just going to do is, I don't need to be in camera for this, is just undoing the post screws. Just undo them so there's enough room in there for your legs to go down in. I believe it's about the same 6 or 7 millimeters leg length. So I'll start off with, so that's the post holes open. So I'll start with 7 millimeters and work my way down if I need to be, because it's not a flat deck, it is a pointy deck, like a house, as Grim Green would say. It's a house top, and we'll go from there. So I only needed to cut one leg off there, because the other one was the same size. Just going to do a bit of adjustments to my legs so they are straight. And I'm talking about the coil legs, not my legs. I know my legs probably look crap at the moment. So yeah, I'll go with the 7. Just for the fact, moving and obviously height, I want those coils as close as the top cap as possible. So the flavour is right there near your mouth. So let me just quickly pop that in. So yeah, I'd say for me, 7 millimeters, easy. So let's get these in there and tighten down, and then we'll get on to positioning. So I just want to tack them all into place first, and then I'll go around and do one last quick tighten up. So I'm just going to screw them down, screw that down all the way. Make sure this side is the same, all screwed down. It's not that vaping, Brummy. Just want to bring good content. But as said as well before, I'm glad mistakes happen, because then if I can recover from it, then maybe that's a good thing as well, because then I'm passing on knowledge on how to recover if certain situations happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to unscrew this top bit here. So thanks, I appreciate that, Charles, brother. So what I'm just doing now is I'm just putting the top cap on just to see where my coils are. So that's where my coils are sitting now. As you can see, way too close to the A flow or the airflow. So I'm just going to push it a bit more to the center. Same there, a bit more to the center of the deck, and then line them up perfect as well. There we are. There's definitely a bit of wonk on there. Like that. And like that. I'm sorry I am out of the camera view. I'm so sorry. So that's where I've got it so far. Take no notice of the coils. Like I say, they're not the best ones, but they are an interlock coil. So back on again with the top cap, just so I can see where the airflow is and where it's sitting. And I think that's just perfect for me, where the airflow is. Perfect. So let's get these heated up. So I'm just going to zero out my mod. Is this a new coil? Yes. So it's resting now at a 0.07. Again, I'm not going to vape it at 100 watts. That's just recommended from this device. So I'll start off at 40 watts. That'll probably rise to about, I'd say around the 0.1 mark, or the 0.11 mark, I should say. I appreciate that, Lee. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Oh, Nightbot. So I do appreciate that, Vaping Brummy and everybody else, Lee, everybody that's still here and still watching. I'm happy that you're pleased with the content. Look at those rough coils. Now they are rough. They are rough. I suppose round about here is where you want to be looking, not this end wrap here. Because that's what you want there. But yeah, they're pretty dull thingied up. I don't think it'll affect it too much. But like I say, it's me that's vaping them, and gives me something to practice a bit more. True, true. Appreciate that, AM Gaming. Can't complain about that flavour. Give that a little thingy. Right, so as I said, it's resting at 0.07. I'm going to start dry firing it at 40 watts. True. Yeah, that's right, Lee. I do have quite a variety of wire. I do want a bit more variety than what I've already got. But for the coils that I build, I tend to build more the Aliens, 3-core Aliens. And my preferred wire is the 26 and the 36 gauge. But I do use 28 gauge as well. So I would eventually like to maybe get some 38 gauge to do that. Obviously, I want to eventually get some flat wire so I can do some frame staple coil builds just to change it up a bit. But the way my financial thing is at the moment is I can't do it. I can't do it at the moment. So I'm going with what I'm going with now, and just doing mostly the most popular coils that people do vape and like, or vape, should I say, which is mostly aliens or interlock aliens, staggered fuse Claptons, which I was considering doing tonight, but it's like I've completely forgotten how to do staggered fuse Clapton. So I need a bit more practice off camera to do that, just to obviously not mess up as much as I have today. So let's introduce some heat to this and let's see if we can get them glowing respectfully for a vape. So I'm slowly introducing heat, giving it a strum. So I don't know if you can see there, like I mentioned before, hot spots. So if I do that, so can you see on the inside of those coils, there's a few hot spots, or which look like lightning bolts, which is not showing up now every time I come close. But yeah, give them a heat, give a pinch. Like I say, some people don't like to pinch; they just like to strum. I do all. I pinch, I strum, I stretch. It sort of helps it a little bit. Yeah, they probably will. Will be a good vape, Lee. But like I said, if I were doing it professionally and I were actually selling these coils, definitely no go area. But I don't. Like I say, there's plenty of coil makers out there that do a great job. You know, Dave Watman Coils, Magician Coils, Kevin Freeman, Coils by Scott, you know, and a few other ones that I can't quite remember at the moment, which do amazing job making coils for people who like to vape this way. They just don't want to be making their own coils. But on the other hand, there's people that are interested on how it's done and how to do it, and sometimes think to themselves, I might have a go at that, doing that myself, maybe making my own coils. So they're getting there slowly but surely. Again, I'm just going to quickly check that everything is nice and down tight, which that one wasn't. That one's tight. And that one's tight. So that lead was a bit down. Maybe that's what's giving me the inconsistency. But yeah. So keep playing with them. And I mean your coils, nothing else. There we are. Keep strumming. And as you can see, all you want is you want them heating from the inside out and heating evenly and together exactly the same way. So boom. So they look as if they're perfect. They're heating up just the way I want them from the inside out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let those coils cool down, zero out my mod to get a final resistance. We'll have a bit more of a vape and a chat with people. So anything that, apart from the way my camera's working, because I want to eventually get a 2-camera setup and everything, so I'm not moving my cameras about. Apart from my camera setup, anybody that's in here now and on the replay, is there anything that I can do to make these streams a lot more enjoyable, or anything that I can change, or anything that you think that will make these lives a little bit better? I'm welcome to any suggestions, whether you're watching this now on the live or watching it on the replay. Comment below. Make sure you subscribe and hit that like button as well. I want to bring good content, and I can only do that with your guys' helps as well. If you think I could be doing anything a bit better, just to make your viewing experience a lot better. But at the moment, I'm just raw dogging everything. You know, building coils, using old school shit. Apart from this today's scream, I've got quite a few new things here. Making coils like they did back in the day, just in case anybody's interested or just wants to watch somebody make coils. You know, it's easy. There's plenty of places to get your wire from. I mean, I got mine from Stealth Wire, my NI80. There's a lot more wire that's a lot better and a lot more premium, like Twisted Messes wire, Wire Emporium, is it? That sort of wire, but it's a bit too expensive for what I'm doing myself. And also, I appreciate that, Lee. Appreciate that. That's what I wanted to bring, something old school. Now, in case you haven't watched my last week's stream, go take a look at last week's stream. Last week's stream, although I make my own coils, last week I did try some Steamcraft coils, which I got from the Ohmzor on tour last year. So I'm thinking of adding to my streams as well as me making my own coils. Maybe do a segment of some professional made coils. I've tried Steamcraft, so I'm thinking of maybe getting some coils by Scott, some David Watman coils, some Magician coils, you know, different variety of coils, and maybe do a segment where I'm using professional pre-made coils, because that's what I've got in this, the Steamcraft one, and I haven't re-wicked it, I haven't done anything, and it's still great flavour. I've been using this all week in series, and the flavour is still great and clean on it, which is, I don't mind saying, night and day compared to the coils that I make, but that might be down to the wire as well. Yeah, but that Steamcraft coil is like I've just built it now and vaped it. Still clean, still great flavour, and elevates your experience. So if you're watching and you're one of these that use pre-made coils and stuff, you know, would that be something you might like to see a segment of in my lives, where I use a professional made coil and compare them to mine? But excuse me, professional made coils are probably going to be 10 times better than what I can do. But like I say, I build for myself, friends and family. I don't do it professionally. Right. They are nice and cool, guys. So let's get back down to here. So they've cooled off. Let's get it back on here and get a final reading for the resistance. Is this a new coil? So this has come out at 0.11. Recommended wattage from this device is 80 watts, which I'm not going to be doing because I'm just going to be wicking and pre-thinging. Appreciate that, Vaping Brummy. Appreciate it. Same again, I'm going to be using my Kendo cotton again for this stuff. Can't beat it. Well, I think you can't beat it. But like I say, everybody's different. Everybody likes different types of cotton and stuff. I've probably tried most of them. And like I've said before, I find myself keep coming back to Kendo or Firebolt, or even just your standard Muji cotton pads, which is proper old school, is the pads. So I know this looks like a lot of cotton that I'm putting in here, but it's that fluffy and everything. As you can see there, it still moves. It's just extremely fluffy, which is what I like about it, because it's super absorbent, this cotton. I could more or less vape it dry, and before it burns out or you get a dry hit, you know about it, and you can just re-drip and carry on vaping. Which with some cottons that I've used, once you get that dry and you get that dry hit, that's it. You have to re-wick. So this cotton for me can withstand quite a decent dry hit, should I say. Before you have to re-wick and think, shit, I need to re-wick, I burnt my cotton. So it's very high resistance to a lot of heat. Don't forget you need yourself a nice small pair of scissors. So that should be good. And that should be enough for the other side. And this stuff just comes in a long strip that I cut sections off of. It's not like cotton bacon where you get separate individual strips and everything. It's a bit like BP cotton. It's just one long strip. It's not any diameter in particular. It's just a chunk of cotton, and you just pull off what you want basically. And there is fibres in this, so you have to be very, very careful. I appreciate that, Lee. I really appreciate that, Lee. I really do. Thanks for that comment. It's you guys that join me, and also people on the replay is what keeps me coming back every week and doing this stuff. It was something that I contemplated ages ago. Would people even be interested in me waffling on about stuff from yesteryear or stuff we used to vape, and will people be interested in as well as new stuff? So I appreciate that, Lee, and I hope everybody else feels the same way. And like always, I'm here every week from now on as well. And we'll get on to something as well that you might all be interested in as well. But once I've done this build and we get back into FaceTime view, we can have a bit of a chat about stuff. Then I'll mention what I need to mention when I mention it. If that doesn't sound stupid or weird. So I'm just going to get rid of this end bit here. That's a little bit dirty, the swirly part. Again, I'm going to thin it slightly, but what I'm doing mostly is getting any hard bits out and making sure all the strands of the cotton are nice and straight and not clogged up and clumped up. Like so. And also just helps a bit with that capillary action. So as you can see, even just fluffing that up, how fluffy it gets at one point. So small scissors, again, quick little haircut. Hopefully I haven't messed up slightly and cut too much off. Again, haircut. Try not to chop too much off. Keeping the ends still nice and fluffy duffy. and just give that a bit of a trim, extra trim there. So I'm just gonna lay this in the deck like that. So a bit like the Bonza Pro, it's a very shallow deck, but that doesn't mean that you can't fit quite a bit of juice in there. You can fit quite a bit of juice in that deck to say it's shallow. So all I'm doing now is I'm just tucking it in. Once I get it all juiced up and everything, I can do the cotton a bit better. But I just more or less want it sitting in the cup, just like that. So, which juice am I going to use in this one? So, what have I got in my bag of tricks here? So let's try this one now. I've had this quite a bit. This is like a Victoria Sponge juice. Now I've had this ages. I can't remember what company I got it from, but I got a 250ml bottle, and it was that sweet. I had to add more Nick and more base mix to it, and I actually got more than 250 mils of juice out of it. But it's just basically like a Victoria Sponge, a Vicky Sponge juice. So yeah, you can tell by how old school the bottle is. So this is a 120ml bottle, glass bottle with a glass pipette. Now, at one time, I used to decant all my juice out of plastic bottles into glass bottles, but I don't really bother as much now. But this is still in a glass bottle, so it's well steeped and everything. And again, old school, how juice used to be in glass bottles and pipettes. Right, let's get this juiced up. So again, I'm just going to leave it at 40 watts to get it all juiced up and stuff. So let's old school this. I don't know how good this is going to look on camera because my camera isn't great. But let's drop some juice on there. So I just want to get the edges. I want to get those coils. Do a nice little pulse. Now I am going to put it up to 50 again. Just going to do some droppy, some old school pipette action. There we are. Nice and juicy. So I'm just going to go around and just wet this cotton. Like I say, this has normally got a breaking time, so with any luck, I might be going straight away with this one. Yeah, Vaping Brummer, yeah, the bottle is definitely old school. I miss it in a way. I miss juices being in a glass bottle. Because believe it or not, even now, I still think that juice tastes better out of a glass bottle. So, nice and juicy. There we are. Now that is nice and juicy. Excuse me. So what I'm going to do now is, now that everything is all juiced up, I can thingy my cotton a bit better and position it a bit better. There we are. Just so it's out of the way of the top cap and everything, and just sort of like tuck it in. What I'm doing is, as I'll show you in a minute once I've finished doing what I'm doing. What I'm basically doing is I'm just making mic. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, guys? I've just realised, thanks for telling me, my mics don't last, obviously, 3.5 hours. But yeah, definitely shame about RTAs. We have sound, yes. Thanks, guys, for letting me know. I've got 2 mics. They're just cheap mics. That's one of the things on my list of things to do. Definitely a green light there. Yeah. So anyway, we've got sound back and everything, and we're talking about pipettes and all that. Yeah. Underrated, missed them, but good for dripping. Not so good for RTAs. So let's get this lined up and in there. So that's what it looks like, all set up. Perfect. And I do have the bigger airflow setting, which is a 3mm. I am going to keep the standard top cap on, like so. And we're still at a 0.11. Now, what am I going to put on this? It's got to be a mech. Got to be a mech. I'm a mech person. So I will choose mechs over anything. Even though I do have a shelf of regulated devices, I will always pick up a mech. It's my favourite. What's everybody's favourite? Everybody that's in the chat now and on the replay, comment. What's your favourite go-to device? Is it a mech mod, a regulated mod? Do you like RTAs, RDAs? I'm not much of an MTL vapor, so you won't technically find anything on my lives where I'll do an MTL vape, because it's just not my speed. Never got on with MTL vaping. Vaping Brummy Mech, yeah, definitely. So if you've been here all stream, you know I'm going to put it on this, the heavy hitter. Now this is sort of old school. It's 5 years old, 2020. I have featured this before. Got it off a friend, Steve Lillingham. You might know him. This is what I got off him. And both mechs today have been cleaned up and everything, so it's all nice and clean. So there's the button there, all nice and shiny. Let me move this out of the way and point you back down. Dion MTL, Oasis Regulated and RDAs. In the car, it's a Burrow. Yeah, I'm sort of the same Vaping Brummy, but if I'm in the car, I'll have an RTA. At the moment, Steam Crave Titan. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Dion MTL. Like I say, I'm not really much of an MTL vapor. I never have, or I haven't been able to build a good MTL vape. So that might be something that I might do with this only borrow that I have. Maybe put an MTL pin in and maybe get an MTL coil off somebody who knows how to make MTL coils, and maybe try it that way. So that's the button just there. Constant contact button. 510 hybrid. This one's got the 25mm. Is this the 25mm top cap? Also comes with a 28mm as well. Hog 200 with a nightmare. That's one of the things I will eventually want to get, is a Hog 200. So clean the 510 threads earlier on. I'll even show you on the inside. It's all nice and clean. As you can see, all the threads are nice and clean, all nice and shiny. So this is a hybrid mech mod. I will put something up on the screen because I didn't do it with the last build, and safety is a must. So a bit like the Sidekick, it's got one of those turn mechanisms and then pull out. So a lot similar to the Sidekick, how the Sidekick button works, apart from it being a constant contact. 21700, and it's aligned with Delrin sleeve on the inside. Copper mech coated black. Dion, you do like a mech now and then? Yeah. I think if I ever got like a proper MTL that I like, I'd probably be the same, only with like you are with mechs every now and then. Maybe every now and then I would love an MTL vape, but I can't make an MTL coil. Oh, the cloud. Shut up, Vaping Brummy. I did want a cloud hammer when they had them going, but didn't get a chance. But yeah, I would eventually like to get a cloud hammer or a forged mod, or if you're ever selling them, I might even take them off your hands like I am with the mech I'm buying off you. But I won't say anything, so don't say anything, because I'll leave it for a stream, a surprise for a stream. So, where were we? So this is a hybrid mech mod. So, maybe the people that are watching already know this. I don't need to tell you this. But anybody that's new who's watching this at a later date or doesn't know, if you are using a hybrid mech mod, which basically means that there is no pin in between the bottom of your RDA, RTA and battery, straight at a battery connection. So you want an RDA or an RTA that's on the right with a protruding center pin from the 510 threads on the outside. You don't want to put the one that's on the left on your screen, with the 510 that's flush or slightly further in. Okay, don't use a sub-ohm tank on a hybrid mech mod because you're just asking for trouble. As well as the RDA that you can see on the left in the picture illustrated there, you need an RDA on the right with a protruding center pin. And that goes for the same with my sidekick, same thing. Go by this little diagram that I've put on the screen. So just to show you as well what I mean in real time, so to speak. All right. They can be scary, yeah, if you don't know what you're doing. So as you can see, that's protruding. So it's perfectly safe on the top of here, which I'll screw on first. Just a rule, just to be safe, put your atomizer on your mech first before you put your battery in. So that's sitting on there. This mech is different to the sidekick. The venting is at the top. So I will be running my battery facing positive way up. You can do it the opposite way round, but your venting is at the top. So have your positive where your venting holes are. That's only on a single battery mech. Yeah, the clutch is a great device. I haven't got one. I will eventually get one. The thing is, Lee, with series, you've got to obviously know your batteries and your bills. With your series, plain and simple, if it's a Mac, you want, which is, you've got no wattage or anything, you're getting the full 8.4 volts. Always make sure that you build at least above a 0.3 ohm coil with a series. If you're using a regulated device, it doesn't matter. But if you're using a series, whether it's a dual battery, which is what this is my homemade box mod with MOSFET, and that is series. So you get the full 8.4 volts from it. You just need to know your building. If it's series and a mech, you need to be building 0.3 and above, whether it's single or dual coil. But I can get why it can be a little bit scary for you. Yeah, 0.3 and above. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do push my limits. I'm a little bit like Birdman. I do push my limits, but I only push my limits because I know my devices, I know my batteries, and I've been doing it for so long. I know what to look out for if something goes catastrophically wrong. If you get me, but if you're new to doing something like this, don't even consider messing it. Sexy purple, yeah. Well, technically, I mean, I use this mod for lots of stuff, but the Bonza Pro and my Dead Rabbit purple goes really well with this mod on a series build. But all matchy-matchy. So that's on there. 21700. Got another 21700 battery. Load that Mochoco in. So there's no adjustment with this. Constant contact switch at the top. So this is on a spring. So you won't get battery rattle or anything like that. So again, similar to the sidekick, only this one, the heavy hitter, is opposite way around. It's the opposite turn. So you want to turn it towards you or anti-clockwise rather than clockwise. And that's all set up. Scan, that's no problem, mate. You've made it. I appreciate it. Oh, not a problem, mate. Not a problem. Not a problem. You're here. I appreciate it, even if you just drop in for a couple of seconds. I do appreciate it. So I'm on to my last bit, which is basically this. I did build this. This is not a retro vape channel, vape stream today, because it's just new stuff that I bought last year that I'm just showing off now. So the Touring and the Sidekick was my first build that didn't go very, very well. Same as my second build. 4-core Alien on there, 3.5 mil, 0.1 ohm. I've got a messed up interlock Alien here. As you can see, it's not the best. There's loads of inconsistencies there. And that's what I've got on there. The recoil, which obviously I bought last year. I've got two of these. I've got silver, and then I've got a black and green one, which I will pull out when I get the single coil kit for the recoil free. Heavy hitter. It's not new, but I did buy it last year, but it's 2020-ish, if I remember correctly. 21700. IPV mods. So let me see if I've got some power here. So this has got a locking mechanism on it. When you switch the switch, turn it there, it's locked. And then if you turn it, obviously you've got firing. And we have got power. So I'll have a little toot of this here now, and then I'll go into face thingy. How we doing, John? Nice one. I'm glad you're here. Nice. No, that Vicky sponge actually tastes quite good. Appreciate that, Aussie Cup. So that is the second build, interlock Alien on the Recoil 3. And that's it for the building, guys, and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of tidying up. I'll get you over there, get you back to face view, and we'll chat a bit about what I've been doing and how things are, and some things that are coming up as well next month, which I'll mention obviously when I get back to FaceTime. So let's do a bit of housekeeping and just get everything nice and tidy. Don't forget, guys, you need to have a good pair of small scissors. I use them because they're sharp, and even now they're getting a bit blunt, but when I first started using them, they were extremely sharp, razor sharp, in fact. So is that a 2.5? I am so blind, guys. I've never used the THC Blaze. I haven't used the Blaze AIO. And just for YouTube purposes, THC isn't what you think it is. It's the name of the company. But no, I've never used the Blazed AIO. I don't really use AIOs apart from that Pulse that I've got until I have got some decent money where I can purchase a decent AIO or a proper borrow mod. I'm just sticking with my Pulse. Pulse AIO. Right, we're up there. Right, I'm just going to turn this light off for a second. I know it's a bit dark, but it's been on ages and it's not charging as quick as I want it to. So I'm just going to give it a couple of seconds and then I'll turn it back on, guys. So I'm sorry if it's gone a little bit dark. Just give us a couple of minutes while I just quickly tidy up, doing what I'm doing, building mod away, binoculars off, thingy, devices, get rid of that. Never had one. I do. Do you know what, Lee? I've seen. You know those mech burrows. I think Grim Green had one. Sam has got one, but it's a mech mod that you can either put a burrow on or an RDA on. Looks absolutely sick now. I'd have one of them just to say that I've got one in my collection. I'd have one of them, even if I didn't vape on a burrow. Tim MZ, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. Hi. Not a problem, Tim. You've arrived, so I appreciate it. I appreciate you all. Yeah, I believe it's the Gorgon. Yeah, I believe it's the Gorgon. I think you're right there, Lee. I think originally, whoever made it, I think the original mech burrow, wasn't it called, was it the Light Tower is what they called it, the original one. But yeah, I'd love a mech burrow, even though I don't really do burrows. But I'd have one just to say that I've got one in my collection. Right, let's try again. Let's get this on. Right, you can see me a little bit better now. Right, wire away. So I apologize, guys, if my big light ends up turning off because it's flashing at me at the moment. I think I've had it on too high. All stream. So the battery's gone down a lot quicker than it should have done. Yeah. Do you know what it is? I think because I'm old school, I would like, you know, the original billet box. The original. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about the very, very first billet box, and it's not, the burrows weren't like what they are now. It was a different burrow in it, but I'm talking about the original billet box. I'd love one of them in my collection. I'd love one. Right, so let's get you moved back to FaceTime and we'll have a bit of a chat, guys. It's been 4 hours. I cannot believe it. It's been quite good. Normally I don't stream for this long, but I'm going with the flow now. If I run long, I run long. I get to talk a bit more. Probably a load of bullshit, but I get to talk a bit more. So I'll get you over where you should be, which is here. Which is about here. Nice wide angle of my room. Yep. Right. Let's get this closed. And this in a decent space. Get you back there. There we are. Nice wide angle view of my room, but let's get you a bit closer. There we are, so you can see me. There we are. So I'm just going to pop you up a bit. All right, Charles, thanks for joining anyway, mate. Thanks for coming in. Definitely, bro. Definitely. Right, guys. So today was the Vortex with the Sidekick 3-core Alien 0.1 exactly. I've got some Dark Star scones in there. So let's have a bit of a proper rip on it. So yeah, definitely, Tim. Definitely. I do maybe want to get an Asgard for it, but it's in my list of things to do. Like I say, today is not so much of a retro one because I just wanted to show off a few things that I bought last year that I bought myself, which was the Sidekick, the Vortex, the Bonza Pro, which I did in my last week's stream. So if you didn't get that, head over to last week's stream and take a look at that. And just a few other things. They're just new things, up-to-date stuff that I've been able to purchase and get my hands on. And flavour is amazing, even though I messed up on the coils. So as you can see, I do have a custom drip tip, but it's an old school custom drip tip from Vince's Tips back in the day. Maybe you remember him, maybe you bought a drip tip off him, but these still going. I've got about half a dozen of his drip tips, and they're still going strong even today. I think because my nose looks big, it's not actually that big pointing out. So when I do actually purge, it doesn't actually touch my nose. I appreciate that, Tim. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, the Bonza and the Recoil, yeah, are great RDAs. I've got to admit, though, the Bonza Pro RDA for me, just it took the edge off for me, which I did mention in last week's stream, was my favourite RDA of 2025 that I purchased. Now, I know some other people or people like yourself might have a lot more devices or purchased a lot more devices than I have. It's just what I have purchased myself. And for me, out of the ones that I purchased, the Bonza for me was slightly better. So yeah, flavour is banging on that. That is a 0.1 ohm coil on that. So Lee, I know you were in last week's stream, but check out my other streams, because my other streams, obviously, I do retro stuff and I do put modern coils on them. And to be fair, they kick ass with modern coils. Like this was one of them that I did last week. In last week's build stream. This is the Mutation X V3 RDA. and the Paraxis Mech mod made by Paraxis, and that's got a modern coil in it. Come on. And that's got a modern coil, and it slapped. It slapped. So on a normal day, that's what I do. I do retro stuff, and I put modern coils on a retro stuff. Yeah, I get you, Tim. I'm the same. There's loads of stuff that I want, new stuff and even old stuff. But like I mentioned earlier on in most of my streams, when I'm buying stuff, old school shit takes priority and mechs take priority over new stuff. Even stuff that I've had in the past that I don't have or lost or broken, I try and get hold of now, just to test out with a more modern coil. Yeah, Tim, yeah. It is very underrated retro stuff, but I still use my retro stuff. There's nothing more than I love than cracking out one of my old retro stuff. Like last week, I did the Hell's Gate V2, which actually comes with 2 RDAs because it's a 5510 mod, and that would go on like that, basically. And this would be a banging device, but these RDAs are shit on flavour. But I wanted one in my collection, and the mod is brilliant. Parallel mod, and on there I've got the 9 Hells, 13 Heavens, and that's got a modern coil on. That's got a 2-core alien on it, and yeah, banging. These are banging with round wire builds. But like you say, with a more modern coil, still slaps. I find myself going back to my Velocity RDA. If anybody remembers the Velocity RDA, I still use that and I still rate that RDA. It's brilliant. Yeah, same as you. Vaping Brummy, Scan, Vaping Brummy, I'm getting a mech off him. I'm getting a few other things as well. I want a Bonza Pro RTA. I want that, obviously the Hyperion V2 as well. I also want the Arcless mech as well. But like I say, if something retro comes up or an old school mech comes up, I'll buy that if I can. For 2 reasons. 1, I'm a retro vape channel, and 2, some of the mods that would cost hundreds and hundreds of pounds back then, people are selling off cheap. You know, so it works in my favour as well. So, Lee, where do you know me from? Do you know me from Instagram or Facebook? Drop me a message and I'll put you in contact with the company that I got it off. They don't put them on the website. They were selling them privately off the website. Might still have some in stock. Okay, and it wasn't much money as well. If you drop me a message either on Instagram or Facebook Messenger, I'll let you know how much they are and who I got them off. Then you probably know the company as well. You can always message the thing and see if they've got any left. And when I say it's not expensive, you're looking at about £30-ish for the whole kit. £200. Oh, I think in that perspective as well, especially with retro stuff, if people know what they've got, they can drive up the price as well. Banging setup. And I think what I like most about the Sidekick, it reminds me of a proper old school mech, which is heavy. I mean, one old school thing that I've got is the Cherry Bomber, and this is quite heavy. Even though it's a clone, it's a heavy dual battery, parallel battery mod, and that is proper old school. That is. It's not an authentic, but you know, it still kicks ass on that one. Like I say, old as gold. Wow. El Cabro mod. Wow. I'm just trying to think now which one you're talking about. You might have to drop me a message, Tim MZ, and show me that. I'd be interested to see that. Anything old school, I'm all for, especially if they're still good. Like I say, some of the stuff that I've got still can compete with more modern RDAs. And that's why I still use them. So anyway, we've had a bit of a vape on that. Let's vape the Recoil 3. Now, I've never owned an OG Recoil. It is something that I am hunting and looking for. An original Recoil. Now, I know you can get some, but they're really expensive, so I'm just waiting for the price, really, to drop. SVB. Yeah, why not? People think mechs are dead. They're not. They are not. I still use mechs. I've used mechs ever since I started vaping 10, 11 years ago. I don't think I've ever put a mech down. Yeah, great flavour off the Recoil. The heavy hitter, it's hitting nice and hard. And you were right about them still tasting good, even though I messed up on them. They still do taste good. And that juice that I've had ages, which is a bit like a Victoria sponge. It's very cakey. Last time I vaped it, it was more creamy and jammy. This one, it's more cakey and creamy and not so much jammy, which is not a problem because I've never been sort of like a strawberry or a jammy vape person. So I'm kind of glad that the strawberries mellowed out a bit and it's not so much dominant. That's getting a bit dry. So get that in there, give it a little test fire. Yeah, definitely tasty. So whoever's in watching at the moment, comment on if you've been vaping as long as me or the oldest thing that you own that you still vape today. Or if you own anything old school that you still vape today. What have you got? I mean, I've still got my very first mech that I bought. I've still got that. I don't have the very first RDA. I did have it, but I seem to have lost it or misplaced it. But I am on the lookout for my original RDA that I did use, or should I say my first proper vape that I got, or should I say? I'm not talking about your stick pens or your twister pens and stuff like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my proper proper vape, or when I first got into sub-ohming. Wow. I appreciate that, Tim. Oh, the ball. Now, I remember the V1. I don't remember the V2, Lee. But if I remember correctly, that was a really, really good RDA, the ball. Not familiar with The Witcher, Tim. Yeah, maybe not Purge with this one. This one does go up my nose. So anyway, while there's a few of you still in here, and also people that watch the replay, keep an eye out next month, because next month I will be doing a giveaway. Now, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to be giving away, but there will be some time of next month. I don't know if it's going to be the beginning, middle, or end of the month, but keep an eye out for posts and stuff on my social media. I will be doing a giveaway next month. So a little bit of incentive there for you to obviously join and watch, but obviously to be in that giveaway, you've got to be subscribed and liked as well. Obviously subscribe to the channel before you can take part in it. Kanga Eco Nano. So my probably first build was probably a Subtank Mini. That's what got me into going into mechs and RDAs, was having a Subtank Mini, which I've still got it in its box, with the RBA. I think that's what got me into building, Lee. Tasty, absolutely tasty. I can't fault these RDAs one bit. Yeah, I do, Lee. Fast Tech days, yeah. Definitely. Probably some of my stuff was off Fast Tech that I've got today. All right, Scar, yeah. I mean, I can't lie. I can't say that I don't partake in a bit of THC every now and then. I can't say that I don't. It's not something that I do all the time, but yeah, I probably don't smoke it as much as you, but yeah, I might every now and then partake. So Ascan says THC stands for Thunderhead Creations, not THC, the other thing. even though technically we were talking about that just now. But anyway, Scan, they probably allow me to talk about THC and stuff and not vaping stuff. Or as Nick would say, some shed time. I do partake in a bit of shed time every now and then. All right. I don't know where you're from, Scan, because if you're talking about USA, I don't know. There's always that thing that you get a cartridge that somebody's bloody fucked up. I mean, it's happened in the past where people have bought THC carts and something's happened to them and where it's all blown up that all vaping's bad. But I think if it were done properly, yeah, I think in the past when I first started vaping, I think I made my own THC juice. Also, UK. So as you know, UK, obviously, that's prohibited by law, but I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think alcohol causes more problem. And like I say, I'm no angel. I do partake in some shed time every now and then. I'm no angel, but I think I do it mostly for body pain and stuff if it gets really, really bad. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Now, flipping Nightbot's bloody working, but flipping it's only putting the one thing that I wanted, one thing out of three things that I wanted to come up. So I don't know. Yeah, I know it's medical is thingy, but I don't think I qualify for medical. Um, apart from me having ADHD and all that, I don't have autism or anything. I might have autism, saying that, but looks like I'm going to put the wrong juice in the wrong RDA. But let's see what scones taste like in this. Tastes good. I mean, this today, that cotton has got to work straight away. Normally, I've got to vape it about 2 or 3 times before things get kicked in. Um, but yeah, today I've had flavour straight off the bat. Tim, you are in US, aren't you? Tim, or you're abroad? I think. I don't think you're in the UK, are you? New Zealand, yeah. I keep forgetting that because I see you on other streams as well, Tim. I think I know you more from Grim Green's lives because he calls you Tim No Zebras. Yeah, prices were ridiculous. Wow. So you're gonna have to educate me a bit, Tim. When you say POM, do you mean originally you're Australian? Because I've heard Sam say the word POM, but I don't know if that's an Australian reference. Scam. Yeah, but apparently medical marijuana, if you do have a card on you, they can't do fuck all. So Lee, um, it's a good kit. Like I say, watch. I think you were in last week's stream. The RDAs are actually crap. I mean, maybe I'm building them wrong or something, but the flavor's not great on them. But what you said about having two different flavors, yeah, that's something we used to do back in the day. I mean, we used to do that with normal RDAs, especially dual coil RDAs. We used to put one flavor on one coil and one flavor on the other coil. But the mod is excellent. RDAs, um, I won't recommend. The reason why I got it was mainly for the mod and to have it in my collection. Tim, no thingy intended. Oh, right. No, I don't. Right. Yeah, no, both of them, Tim. I've never been, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Scan. Like I've mentioned earlier on, I'm not really an MTL vapor. Um, I don't know if it's because I'm not good at making MTL coils or building it right. But like I say earlier on, I want one of my segments in my lives to maybe um, build with a professional coil or a coil maker, like I did last week. Um, so maybe I don't know. By one of them, I might get an MTL coil and try one on the borrow that I've got. But I've never got on with MTL, and I don't know if that's me personally. Like I say, maybe the right airflow pin, the right coil might change my mind. But me doing it myself, no way, no way. I'm not good myself at doing MTL, or should I say, I don't have the wire to do a good MTL, or the fingers and the eyesight to do a good MTL. Yeah, that's probably the most that I'll do, Scan, is RDL. But for, like I say, a legitimate MTL, definitely. Yeah, I don't mind crackles. Yeah, I probably would say I'm a crackle person. I get crackle from my coils every now and then, but I know a good MTL. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I am going to get hold of Dave. I sort of know Dave. I've met Dave. Um, but like I say, I do want to try some different coils from professionally made, not ones that I've made. Make it a segment in my lives, just um, just experience the good life, I suppose. Crackle's overrated. I don't know. Some people find the crackle annoying. Some people find the crackle dope. Well, I wouldn't know, Lee. I wouldn't know. But like I said, I do want to make it a segment where I use some. So I might do that. I might even say, you know, do me an MTL coil. Let me try an MTL coil. But when I want to try MTL, I don't want a loose MTL. I want a sort of like a legit MTL. Right, guys, we've been going for nearly 5 hours. Amazing. Thanks to everybody that's come, but I am going to sort of leave it there now and save some for next week. So I appreciate you all that is coming. The best way you can help the channel is obviously like Nightbot says, smash that like button and subscribe. Um, and Yeah, here every Tuesday. It used to be a Wednesday. I've changed the day. Every Tuesday, every week, 8 p.m. I will be here doing something retro, making coils, talking shit, having a drink with you lovely people that join me on the live, and also to the people that get the replay. I do appreciate you all. Like I say, likes and comments after the live do help my video reach other people, helps get my channel noticed a bit. So like I say, don't forget to like, comment, even share the videos to people that you might think might be interested in what I'm doing. Get them to follow my socials as well on IG and Facebook. I'm mostly on Instagram. um, Facebook is not much of my platform, but anything that I post on Instagram automatically gets posted on Facebook. So you can always contact me on both if you have any questions or anything, or want any advice. Like I say, sometimes next month I will be doing a giveaway on this channel. So keep a lookout for my posts and what live I will be doing that giveaway on. And we'll go from there. We'll talk about it a bit, and then we'll do a giveaway as well. Like I say, I don't know when it's going to be because I've got a few things in the pile for what I'm doing for the giveaway. So we'll go from there. Once I've got all them sorted out, I will be doing a giveaway. So stay tuned for that. Keep an eye on my socials and everything. And like I say, thanks to everybody that has joined today. It's been an absolute blast. Hopefully I can get Nightbot doing more than what it's doing. It has been dipping in and out, but not as often as I've set it. But that needs more work on it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you all for coming and all for attending. It's been great talking to you all, talking about nostalgia, talking about the old days. It's been absolutely great. I appreciate you all. Now, I've got a few clicks as always before I end the chat. So thanks for coming, guys. Don't forget to do everything that I've told you. Like, subscribe, comment, share, and everything. Appreciate you all. I will be here next week at 8 p.m. next Tuesday. Hope to see you guys there, and hopefully another good live. So as always, drip, rip, innovate, and I'll see you on the next one, guys. Thank you so much. Love you all.